А у тебя еще, видишь, рядом микрофон лежит с тобой?
Да.
Ты не в него.
Давай, я возьму.
Раз. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Чек, чек. Раз, два, три. 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 6, 2, 1, 6, 2, 2, 6, 2, 3.
Только он пишет то, что приходит обратно.
Типа да, как будто, знаешь, включилась колонка. Раз, два, три.
Кто первый приходит? Альмейда?
6, 2, 1, 6, 2, 2, 6, 2, 3.
Schedule. Я говорю, actually, yeah, usually they have like the one schedule. Sure? Yeah, of course. Everywhere. This is for actual fight. First. Famous guy. Famous guy. Это your second name. Он спрашивает, что это, я говорю, это твое второе имя. Мне кажется, все русские. Это нормально. Мы уже привыкли. Нет, через сайт знакомств. Как он называется? Нет, есть еще, короче... Нет, для геев специально есть. Хорнет. Возможно. Вот видишь, он первый вспомнил. Конечно. Часто там сижу, морально поврежден. Как он сделал свой первый миллион половых связей. Первый. So, yeah, I usually set like a folder where I can drop all the files. Today is Я вчера отправил ее, ты в Ранике, когда? Не, я прочитал. No, in Jailton. Jailton, I believe, yeah. But you stay in what's the name? Parking. Just tell him you're staying in the parking. I told him you're staying in the hotel right next to you, but Crown Plaza is the hotel on the other side. So, yeah, So they wouldn't stay on the card. Quite a lot of space. This is number 2. Вы под меня работаете. Кстати, в тот раз, где был? Джеймс? Кто? Он в этот раз приехал. В Саудовской Аравии он только был, по-моему. Ты про кого? Про Джеймса? А, PFL, да.
Там утермарка будет.
Его не пускают.
Oh, really?
Да.
Personally ringing you.
Yeah, probably going to lose access to my bank account.
Oh, so it's not a scam. Oh, right, okay.
Because I can hear myself. They have speed.
Mario, over here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is this the first time you've left the country in quite some time, correct?
Yeah, and this is the first time fighting out of the country, and the only time I've been out of the country was I went to Mexico when I was 11, but that, you could go to LA or deep in Phoenix, and it's very similar, so it's definitely different over here.
So how was the journey? Because from Phoenix to Abu Dhabi, that's quite the hike.
Yeah, we went to Houston, 16-hour flight from there, or 13 hours, but tried to sleep the whole way, but it was pretty smooth, so.
Did you have to talk to any of your teammates or anyone that had fought out here or just even overseas in general just to kind of gauge how early they got here, how they dealt with jet lag and just kind of the environment of fighting so far away from home?
Yeah, I got some insight from my coaches. Recently, Marcus McGee was out here, so I got some insight from him. He recommended getting out here early, adjusting to the time, and we did that and feel pretty good.
And so obviously looking at your current fight against Umar, I feel like a lot of people assumed this would be the one that would come next for you, especially after your big win over Patchy, and he didn't get the win against Merab. So I guess how far after your fight against Patchy did they approach you with the Umar fight?
It wasn't too long after. I want to say like a month or two. There was talks about it, and then we finally got the ball rolling. And yeah, it's the fight I wanted. It's the fight that made the most sense. Everyone else was booked up, and I think this is my fastest route to the shot.
Do you think there's an argument that he beat Merab in that fight? Because at the time, maybe obviously since then, a lot of people are saying, Merab is this bantamweight GOAT. But in that moment, there was serious debate of whether Umar had done enough and maybe Merab had just won those big moments in the final round that swayed the judges.
No, I had Merab winning that fight. I feel like he just took over those last 3, 4, and 5 rounds, and then a little bit of showmanship in there and just, just having control of the fight. So I had Merab winning.
And from past media days, it seems like, and you correct me if I'm wrong again, if you do a lot of research on your opponent. So I guess from that fight, Umar's had multiple 5-round fights now. What have you taken away from not just that fight, but the Corey fight that you think you can take advantage of on Saturday here?
Well, I mainly look at the Merab fight. Like I said, the rounds 3, 4, and 5, Merab put the pressure on him, and he kind of set a blueprint. Like no one else really wrestled, Umar. So just sticking to your game plan, not worrying about where he's from, what gym, this and that. Go out there.
Or what exactly do you mean by that?
I guess in both senses, right? I don't think this fight's going to go like how the Patchy fight went, where it's just complete stand-up. I think it's going to get down to the mat. There's going to be moments where he seems to be winning. There's going to be moments where I come back, vice versa. So I think that's what makes this fight exciting. We're both well-rounded. We both, good in all areas. So it's going to be very interesting.
I'm curious, have you heard, Merab's coach, John Witt, has said, Merab respects the long road to the title because he was in the same shoes as you. So I'm sure you've been asked this a million times. like, have you heard that? And is like a win here, you must be next for a title shot, right?
Yeah, I've heard that, and it's nice, you know. The champion respects it. He's been down a similar path. I want to say he got like a title shot off a 9-fight win streak. So it's nice to get respect from those guys, and you know, you don't have to listen to like the casual fans and this and that, because those are the ones that really matter. So I'm glad I got his respect.
How has your life changed outside of the octagon since that win over Patchy? Because obviously after the Aldo fight, maybe not the biggest fan favorite, but it seems like you won a lot more fans back against Patchy. So I guess just how's life been since that fight?
Social media has cooled down a little bit, you know, that's about it. But I try not to focus too much on it. I just still stick to my daily routine, weekly routine. Nothing's really changed since the moment I've got into the UFC as far as like my scheduling and whatnot. So yeah, nothing's really changed.
Just last one for me to go off of that. In the past, when fighters have to face Russians or people from Dagestani, their social media is flooded with their fans. So has there been a massive uptick in maybe Russian fans DMing you or leaving comments on all your posts?
You would think so, but not surprisingly, it's still the Aldo fans. They're still in there more than the Russian fans leading up to this. So no, not too much.
So Brazilian fans more vocal?
Definitely.
Hi, Mario. Welcome to Abu Dhabi. Yeah, you're gaining something of a reputation as a party pooper, obviously derailing Jose Aldo's comeback, making pretty light work Apache mix following his switch over from Bellator. Is that a role you thrive on, the kind of underdog? You know, let most of the talk be about the other guy?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would thrive on it, but I don't mind being an underdog. You know, it doesn't matter to me, you know. I don't care whether you're time world champion, there's a bunch of hype behind you. I don't put any pressure on myself with any of those things. You know, I know everyone bleeds the same, they train the same. The thing is, I put those guys in my training room mentally, and I see them breaking every time. I know how tough my room is. So to get past, you know, that pressure or like that aura of these guys, I just mentally put them in my room, and I know they would have a tough time. So that's how I kind of get past that.
I spoke to Umar yesterday, and you know, he was very praised your striking skills, but very much was of the opinion that he had the advantage in that area. Where do you see yourself having the advantage?
Not in one particular area. That's why I said this fight's going to take everything I have. Up, down kind of fight. I'm going to have to make this a mixed martial arts fight. Like I said, I can't do the same thing I did with Patchy, because I think Umar's striking is way better than Patchy's. So it's going to take, like I said, everything I have. It's going to have to be mixed up and down, and that's what it's going to take.
Марио, приветствую. Складывается ощущение, если посмотреть сейчас в ММА-комьюнити, что все обсуждают реванш Умара с Мерабом или потенциальный бой Умара с Петром Яном, но забывают про тебя. Насколько вообще сложно, когда бой предстоит тебе, но при этом все обсуждают других потенциальных соперников, того, с кем тебе драться?
I guess if you look at the MMA community at the moment, everybody's discussing an Umar versus Merab rematch, or potentially maybe an Umar versus Peter Yan rematch, and it's a bit weird because it's actually in fact you who has a fight against Umar right now, and it feels like they're looking over you and already talking about him rematching those other two guys. So how do you feel about that?
Well, we're going to have to wait till Saturday to find out, you know. And I have the opportunity, I've been saying all week, I have the opportunity like to change things up, to really shake up the division, you know. Otherwise, you know, Umar wins, it's just going to be rematches from here on out for a little bit for Merab. You know, and you have Sandhagen can work his way back up. So I have the opportunity to shake things up, and that's what I plan on doing.
Нужно будет подождать до субботы и посмотреть, потому что у меня есть возможность как-то чуть-чуть перемешать весь этот разговор. Но в принципе, да, если Умар победит, то у него наверняка будут только реванши впереди, и у Мераба будут сплошные реванши, плюс Кори пытается опять подобраться к титулу, поэтому у меня сейчас есть возможность все это изменить, поменять курс, который сейчас идет.
Ты уже 6 лет находишься в UFC, провел там 12 боев, но при этом, вот если посмотреть на твою медийность, то она достаточно слабая, 26 тысяч подписчиков в Инстаграме всего. При этом у тебя есть победы над Хосе Альдо, над Патчи Миксом. Как думаешь, сможет ли как-то изменить ситуацию с твоей популярностью победа над Умаром?
You've been in the UFC for 6 years at this point. You got 12 fights. You have only 26,000 followers. on Instagram. Your resume speaks for itself. You have a win over Patchy Mix and another guys over Aldo. However, not very media friendly, so to speak. Do you think a victory over somebody like an Umar could potentially make you a bit more popular and a bit more media friendly?
I guess it could be, you know. I don't know. I really don't focus too much on that stuff, you know. I feel like I'm a homebody, you know. I really don't do much. All I do is train, so not really much to it. But I'm trying to get on board with it a little bit more. So I don't know. Hopefully, after this fight, get a little bit more followers and, you know, earn my title shot in a sense, being more media friendly or whatnot. So I don't know. We'll see. I want to go.
Наверняка, да, возможно, эта победа принесет чуть-чуть более медийности. В принципе, я не концентрируюсь над этим совсем. Для меня жизнь — это в основном тренировки, я больше ничего в основном не делаю, просто работаю над собой, улучшаюсь. Но да, наверняка после этой победы есть возможность чуть-чуть более популярным стать и таким образом, может быть, приблизить себя к титулу и так далее. Но это не то, над чем я концентрируюсь.
И последнее от меня. Кори Сандхаген — это единственный человек, который заставил тебя в бою сдаться. Насколько важен с ним реванш? Или это уже тоже какая-то пройденная история, и тебе важнее сегодня, в случае победы, драться за титул?
Corey Sandhagen, this is the last question for me. Corey Sandhagen was the only person that kind of made you give up in the fight, so to speak. Is it important for you to get back to that fight and rematch Sandhagen, or is it something that's already been put behind you and this is something you moved on and you're only looking forward?
If that fight comes about, I would definitely take it. You know, as long as he's ahead of me, I would like to take it. But yeah, that fight was so long ago. I know I'm a different fighter. He's a different fighter. So yeah, I would love to get that one back. That'd be cool.
Если будет возможность опять стать против него, конечно же, я с удовольствием приму этот матч. В данный момент я совершенно другой. Это было очень давно. Он изменился, я изменился, поэтому если он передо мной, и для меня нужно будет пройти его для того, чтобы приблизиться к титулу, то я хотел бы, да, снова с ним сразиться.
Марио, вопрос. В ближайшее время пройдет реванш между Мерабом Двалишвили и Петром Яном, и команда Петра Яна заявляет о том, что все будет иначе, чем в первом бою, потому что у Петра Яна будет правая бьющая рука, задняя, которой не было в первом бою из-за травмы. Как он думает, насколько там по-другому поединок сложится, вот, учитывая все водные?
Very soon there'll be a rematch between Merab and Peter Yan. Peter's team is saying that this is going to be a whole different fight for him because this time around he's going to have his main weapon, which is his right hand, which he did not have back then because of the injury. Do you think that with this new weapon added, it's going to be a whole different fight for them, or how do you think that fight is going to go?
I think it's going to go the exact same way it did the first time. You know, Merab got better in that meantime as well. You know, it's not like Merab's going to be the same fighter as their last bout. So I still have Merab winning that fight. He's just been looking great in these past few fights, and he's been getting better.
Я думаю, что бой пройдет абсолютно таким же образом, как и в прошлый раз, потому что за все это время Мераб тоже не сидел на месте, он тоже улучшался, он другой боец, он развивался таким же образом, поэтому мне кажется, что я вижу тот же самый бой, и таким же образом победит Мераб.
Вот чисто в теории, если предположить, наверняка он анализировал поединки, как нужно бить Мераба Двалишвили?
Well, you probably analyzed these fights, the championship fights and Merab fights. What do you think it takes to beat Merab Dvalishvili?
I think we've seen in past few fights, like with the Sean O'Malley fight, you know, Merab get hurt in that last round with that body shot. So I think that's something you got to get started on early because that's how you deplete the cardio throughout the rounds. So I would start there with the shots that he takes, and you know, that's a good start from there.
Мне кажется, что можно рассмотреть второй бой между ним или первый бой между ним и О'Мейли. О'Мейли работал корпус, да, и в предпоследнем раунде достаточно сильный урон нанес. Поэтому мне кажется, что с этого нужно начинать достаточно рано работать по корпусу, чтобы таким образом закрыть его дыхалку и также наказывать его за его проходы. Если именно таким... Я не хочу слишком много говорить, не хочу выдавать какие-то свои карты, показывать, но мне кажется, что если работать в таком направлении, то можно его победить.
Thank you.
Марио, ты говорил, что попытаешься финишировать Умара в первом раунде. И исходя из того, насколько силен грэпплинг Умара, можешь ли сказать, каким образом и действительно ли ты это видишь реальным?
You said that your plan is to finish Umar in the first round. If we take into consideration how strong his wrestling is, how do you see that happening? What would you have to do to finish him first round?
Yeah, a first round, I think knockout would be nice. I only say that just so I can go home early and I don't have to deal with the rest of the 2 rounds. That's a perfect scenario, right? So a finish over him, I think that'd be the way to go.
Нокаут в первом раунде было бы очень хорошо. Почему я это говорю? Потому что я не хочу продолжать возиться с ним целых 2 раунда после этого, поэтому быстренько закончить и быстренько отправиться в отель было бы отлично.
Уточнение, речь именно о нокауте, то есть не о досрочной победе там, в партере приемом.
So we're talking specifically first round knockout, not necessarily a first round finish. Knockout is what you want?
Yeah, I think knockout would be easier than submission. I think he's, pretty good on the ground, I think a knockout would be easier.
Да, именно нокаут. Мне кажется, что нокаут будет значительно легче, потому что в борьбе или в грэпплинге он достаточно силен, поэтому удушить его или закончить его болевым будет сложнее, поэтому именно нокаут — это то, что я ищу.
Yeah, he's been here before. You told me like he's here right now. Outside? Yeah. You can go and get your, if he brought you like a laptop, ask him, did he bring a laptop? Because if he did, then... Нурик, а карту форматировать и повинен? Нурик, ты не знаешь, карту форматировать и повинен? Я сейчас сам по себе грузу. Сейчас скидываю только. Надо brought your laptop? I don't know, but did he bring your laptop?
Excuse me.
He just wants to see you, like, what's the plan?
I had to do it. I had to. And I'll get by.
Yeah, I think it's because it's in that. Where's that plugged into?
We keep losing our power.
I think it's because they're linked to each one, and then someone's pulling them out at the front. Because this extension cord's plugged into that extension cord, and that extension cord's that.
Sick, how was it?
The lights are good. Color strange.
Would I have an opinion on it?
There you go. I quite like the poll.
Yeah, it's on, Chris. No, it's gone. It's gone again. Briefly came on. Yeah, that's on there, mate.
So we've got it now. This is just one of the extension cords is a bit dodgy. Yeah, it's one of the extension cords is not working properly. The one isn't working properly. Coming to the open workout.
No, but I won't go take the water.
Volkov's fighting in relation to 3 o'clock in the morning. Yours really?
Did you do a process on?
No,
Да,
because
он
it
кал,
can't
он запускал вообще всем раздачу.
I think I took the one or two.
Это новый стиль такой, знаешь, там одна форма, другая.
Several requests.
Из Омска. Но Москва
Oh,
еще.
for the interview.
Он бы наш. Ну, ваш. Или Антоха.
Good morning.
Morning, Jailton. You know, all good. There's a lot of big heavyweight fights on this card, obviously the main event and then yourself against Volkov. So before we talk about your actual fight, how important was it for you personally to be booked on this card knowing the belt that you could potentially be fighting for next is also on this card?
Antes até de falar da tua luta, né? A gente está num card que tem muitos pesos pesados, a luta do cinturão e tudo mais. Quanto importante é para você estar competindo nesse card específico, né? Com a luta do cinturão logo em seguida?
Fico muito feliz de estar aqui em Abu Dhabi pela segunda vez, né? Eu vim aqui em 2020, não era do UFC ainda, estava pensando, sonhando em entrar no UFC. Vim com o Carlos Felipe Boi, né? Vim como corner dele aqui. E viver essa experiência hoje aqui no UFC é muito especial e mais especial ainda estar lutando aqui, né? Depois de 5 anos. E num card espetacular, né? Vai ter 2 lutas de peso pesado ali, como se fosse uma eliminação, né? E com fé em Deus eu vou buscar essa vitória e vou buscar disputar esse cinturão.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be here, not just because of the card, which is fantastic, and it has so much meaning in the heavyweight division. But you know, I was here in 2020, cornering my friend Carlos Felipe Boi when he fought, and that was the first place and the first time that I saw what the UFC was really about, and it just gave me the extra push that I needed to get to where I am. And to be here, you know, all these years later and finally competing is just, I could say it's a dream come true, especially if we consider the consequences for the fight.
You were a light heavyweight back then, right? In 2020?
Naquela época você estava lutando de 9-3, né?
Estava lutando de 9-3 naquela época, era verdade. Estava de 9-3.
Yeah, he was a 205er back then.
So did the idea of you ever competing in a heavyweight contender fight ever cross your mind back then when you came to Abu Dhabi in 2020?
Naquela época, quando você veio, passaria na tua cabeça de alguma forma você estar fazendo uma possível disputa de cinturão de peso pesado?
Se eu falar a verdade para vocês, quando eu vim para cá, né? Que eu vivi aquele momento ali especial, de entrar naquela arena ali. E eu vou ter outra mentalidade para minha academia, né? Que eu queria viver esse momento. Eu falei que queria viver esse momento. Independente de qualquer coisa, eu queria entrar para o UFC, né? Pelo menos fazer uma luta. E eu estou indo para a minha 10ª luta nesse card, né? Para a minha 10ª luta e estou muito feliz.
Yeah, doing that walkout with Carlos Felipe all those years ago just made me click and said, okay, gotta get back home, gotta get the work, I gotta do whatever I had to do to get to that stage. And independently of weight or what would have to be done, I'll do whatever it would take to get there and have my shot.
You were very active online to possibly get the title shot over Ciryl Gane. Was there any actual serious talks in you fighting Tom, or did you kind of assume you'd maybe have to get one more and then fight for the belt?
na mídia social você foi bem ativo pedindo, né, a luta com o Tom Aspinall, mas chegou a ter alguma conversa sobre o assunto ou era mais da parte de você estar pedindo essa oportunidade?
Na verdade, meus empresários não falaram nada comigo, né? Até porque não aconteceu no momento. O único cara alfinetado Tom Aspinall foi eu ali, né? Ficar mandando mensagem na rede social, né? Pedindo para lutar com ele, porque ninguém queria lutar. Ele não tinha adversário também. Mas eu não sei o que aconteceu. Meu empresário que sabe o que foi que aconteceu. Né? Se o UFC mandou alguma coisa, ofereceu alguma coisa para a gente. Mas caso ele Ciryl ganhe, né? Provavelmente essa luta deve estar feita. Estava feita verbalmente, casada já, né? E aí acabou que não aconteceu nada para mim, apareceu o Volkov.
Yeah, honestly, like I think it kind of feels like I'm the only one that actually wants that fight. Like I keep asking for it. Nobody really seems to want to fight Aspinall, but I do. So I did push online as much as I could. As far as like actual conversations, more concrete stuff, it's on my manager's hands, and they do that talk. But I need to put out there that I am available. I want it, and although it seems like I'm the only one that really wants it and is ready to beat Aspinall, they ended up going a different direction. But still, it's one more fight that I have to go through, and hopefully I get my title shot next.
As a heavyweight, how annoying has the last 12 months been? Because it feels like with John being in limbo, the rest of the top 5 didn't really know their path either. So the last 12 months, how annoying was it not knowing where the belt was going?
Foi muito frustrante para você esses últimos 12 meses, porque está nessa situação de John Jones, Aspinall, vai, não vai, e a divisão inteira, né? Todo o top 5 ali está meio que sentado esperando para ver o que ia acontecer, né? Agora finalmente tomou uma direção, mas como que foi esse ano de limbo para você?
Rapaz, foi um ano turbulência, né? Eu lutei em janeiro, queria lutar logo em seguida, só que não aconteceu, né? Estava naquele impasse ali, a divisão. O João não decidiu o que ia fazer da vida dele, né? Eu continuei treinando, né, na verdade, que eu estava dando os parceiros de treino lá na academia. O foco não parou, né? Continuei treinando, esperando ver o que ia acontecer, né? Eu falei, rapaz, pelo menos esse ano eu faço uma luta. E graças a Deus eu consegui essa luta, né? E graças a Deus eu consegui num card que vai estar os futuros adversários, né, da divisão, e quem sabe disputar o cinturão.
Yeah, it was a little weird at that time, but honestly, like I had to just focus on myself and get the fights that I could. It took a little longer than I wanted to get this second fight this year, but at least I'm positioned in a very important card where the heavyweight title is going to be fought. So I think we create the narrative for the fans and for everybody that whoever wins the fight, God willing, it's me. It's next for the title. But at the gym, just kept at it. I have a lot of teammates that have been competing, so I've been helping them. But everything ended up in the right place.
You have Volkov. You have Volkov now instead. I'm curious, did you think he won his last fight against Ciryl? Because it seems like everyone, including Dana White, thought he had beaten Ciryl in his last fight.
Tu tem Volkov agora como seu próximo oponente, né? Você, a maioria da mídia, Dana White, todo mundo achou que Volkov ganhou de Gane. Como que você viu essa luta? Quem que você acha que ganhou?
Na verdade, eu assisti essa luta também, né? Eu acho que o resultado foi inesperado ali também no momento. Acho que o Volkov tinha ganhado a luta também, né? Mas quem sabe é o juiz, né? Deixo na mão do juiz, eu não posso opinar, porque também eu sou atleta, né? Jamais isso acontece comigo também. Eu também não sei, eu não sabia o que iria acontecer, né? O que eu queria fazer. Mas eu deixo na mão do juiz lá, Dana White disse que tinha ganhado, né? Como ele é o chefe, como ele é o patrão, eu não posso dizer nada, né? Quem mais é uma coisa para Dana White? Mas quem viu a luta, assistiu a luta, viu que provavelmente o resultado foi inesperado.
I know that it's a different thing to watch a fight judging it than watching it as just a casual fan or just as someone that likes fights. But after watching the fight, I really thought that Volkov won. But end of the day, the judges are there to do their job. I'm not a judge, so it is what it is. And if Dana said that he won, then I don't think anybody's going to question him. But still, the result was in the judges' hands, and that's what happened.
And then just last one for me. I'm sure you saw the scenes in Rio when Charles won, and then obviously Poatan just won his belt back. Charles seems to think now's the time that you could hold a stadium show in Brazil. I'm curious, do you think now's the time with Pereira and Charles back, and obviously if you get the belt, that's another title that they could add that. Is now the time to have a stadium show in Brazil?
Não sei se você deve ter acompanhado a vitória de Charles, a vitória de Poitin e a repercussão com o público lá no Brasil. E o Charles acha que agora a gente está chegando num ponto que a gente poderia ter mais um evento num estádio no Brasil. Com você agora chegando perto do cinturão dos pesos pesados, de repente são 3 cinturões ali com gente que mora no Brasil que poderiam estar sendo disputados num evento de estádio. Né? O que você acha disso?
Fico muito feliz com a sessão de Poitin, a sessão de Charles do Bronx, né? Os caras que merecem também. E com fé em Deus, eu buscando essa vitória aí, né? Vou tentar levar o UFC lá para Salvador, né? Que ainda não teve lá no Salvador UFC, nunca teve, né? E quem sabe eu possa levar o UFC para Salvador, colocar lá na Arena Fonte Nova, no Barradão lá, no estádio.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I think we're gearing towards a scenario where Brazil could host something like that, and hopefully, it could be in Salvador, Bahia, where I'm from, where we never had a UFC before. Maybe do it at the Barradão or the stadium for my team down there.
Hi, Jailton. As you said earlier, the winner of your fight against Volkov will certainly have a title shot. In this case scenario, who you think you will fight next, Aspinall or Ciryl Gane? Can you give us your prediction on the main event of Saturday?
Com uma vitória aí, você provavelmente luta com quem venceu a luta do cinturão, né? O que você acha? Como que você acha que vai se desenrolar a luta do cinturão e quem sai com o cinturão?
Rapaz, essa luta vai ser uma luta muito parelha, né? Tom Aspinall está querendo fazer o legado dele, né? Ciryl Gane tem mais uma chance para poder ganhar um cinturão. Eu já 50-50 aí. Quem vencer, né? Caso eu vencendo minha luta com Mendes, eu vou buscar essa vitória. Qualquer um dos dois que for campeão, eu vou estar à disposição para lutar com qualquer um dos dois.
Yeah, I think on the technical side of things, it's very similar. Aspinall is looking to, create his legacy. Gane is coming in for the 3rd time, so they're in different places in their careers, and that might play a factor. But technically, like on the fight side of things, I think it's a very well matched fight. So I don't really know who could win it. But for me, it doesn't really matter. Whoever has the belt is the person that I'm going to have as a target. Got to get this done on Saturday. But after that, for me, either one, I'm going to be coming after them.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Almeida. Nice to have you here in Abu Dhabi. Apparently, you watched the fight of Volkov against Ciryl Gane and Aspinall. And you even mentioned that you noticed that when somebody cuts the distance, he gets lost. Just tell us about your observations from his fight against both of them.
Você comentou, acho que na mídia social, sobre a Volkov, a luta dele com o Gane, a luta dele com o Aspinall, e que parece que ele se perde um pouco quando entram nele, né? Quando estão encurtando a distância. Se você puder falar um pouquinho sobre isso e como que você vê a luta sua com ele se desenrolando.
Eu já assisti várias lutas de Volkov, né, junto com a minha equipe, né? A gente vê que ele é um cara muito grande, é um cara muito experiente, um cara muito perigoso também, né? A gente não pode se expor muito contra ele, até porque é um cara que vem de vários nocautes também na carreira, né? Um cara que está melhorando também a parte de chão também dele. Rapaz, é o jeito. Essa luta vai desenvolver na hora, lá a gente vai decidir, vai ver o que vai acontecer, né? Ver o que ele tem a oferecer para mim. E vai ver na hora que vai acontecer, né? A gente vai subir lá em cima, a gente pode falar que vai fazer agora aqui, isso e aquilo, chegar na hora ser outra coisa, né? Então a gente vai ver o que vai acontecer lá no octógono e resolver.
Yeah, a fight is always a fight. So, as much as I can tell you what I would like to do and how I think things would go, once the fight starts flowing, then we're going to see what happens. But he's someone that we know that, getting into close range with him would be ideal because he is so tall, he's so long, and, he's a big heavyweight, proper heavyweight with a lot of experience. He does have over 50 fights, so very few do. But overall, on paper, it'll be ideal to close the distance, but we'll see as the fight closes, and I'll be flowing and see where I end up.
Last question. Is it your first time here in Abu Dhabi? And tell us about your experience so far.
E por último, é a sua primeira vez aqui em Abu Dhabi e como é que tem sido a sua experiência aqui no país?
Na verdade, minha primeira vez não, minha segunda, né, aqui em Abu Dhabi. Eu vim aqui em 2020, mas como atleta é a primeira vez, né? Eu vim como corner na primeira e na segunda eu já vim como atleta. Uma experiência muito especial, né? Eu cheguei aqui alguns dias antes, aqui. Eu fui para Dubai, depois vim para cá, uma cidade maneira, culinária bacana, culinária massa. E estou muito feliz de estar aqui.
Yeah, this is my second time, but the first one as a competitor. First time I came in to corner my friend Carlos Felipe Boy. But, you know, that experience was fantastic. It really opened my eyes to, you know, the greatness that the sport can reach, and it pushed me forward to get to where I am. But this time around, you know, I came in a little bit earlier, you know, got to experience some things in the region, and it was great, you know, being a heavyweight. I was able to get some of the local food, you know, just experience, I think, more than we normally could in a regular fight week. But overall, it has been a great trip and a fantastic place to be at.
Jailton, welcome to Abu Dhabi. Given that your fight with Volkov is on before the main event, do you feel like you need to do something spectacular to really catch the eye of the UFC matchmakers? Do you really feel like the performance matters more than the result?
Vendo a posição das lutas no card, né, Turão, você acha que é necessário você fazer na verdade, ter um fim da luta espetacular, ou o resultado é a coisa mais importante para te colocar na boca ali para lutar pelo cinturão?
Rapaz, eu acho que mais uma vitória aí, né? Mais uma vitória ele me coloca na disputa do cinturão. Tenho certeza disso, independente de como você que seja de vias rápidas, né? Essa vitória para ficar mais abrilhantada a minha vaga, mas que seja com a vitória também, né? Vitória simples também.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we're at a point right now that as much as I always do search for the finish, you know, I'm here to knock people out. I'm here to submit them. But in this fight in particular, I need to win. You know, that's what is gonna push me to the title fight. So if I don't get a win, I'm not gonna get it. So the win is definitely more important than the way that it happens.
Thank you.
Jailton, в комментариях тебя часто называют бразильским Хабибом Нурмагомедовым, плюс ты в интервью рассказывал, что ты являешься его большим фанатом. Он сейчас находится тоже в Абу-Даби, будет секундировать Умара Нурмагомедова. Были ли мысли с ним пересечься, может быть, к нему в зал поехать, с его командой потренироваться?
In the social media commentary, often they call you the Brazilian Khabib Nurmagomedov. You also said before that you are a fan of Khabib Nurmagomedov. He's going to be here in Abu Dhabi. He's going to be cornering Umar Nurmagomedov. Are you looking to potentially meet him and maybe train with him prior to the fight on Saturday?
Em mídia social, o pessoal compara muito você com o Khabib, né? Fala que lá na Rússia eles falam que você é o Khabib brasileiro. Tá aqui fazendo corner de Umar. Você já encontrou com ele? Você tem interesse de encontrar com ele, treinar com ele, de repente ter alguma interação?
Na verdade, tinha para a terceira luta, se eu não me engano. A terceira luta que tive com a Khabib aqui, né? Ele como coach, né? Khabib é um cara muito gente boa, né? Eu já vi ele em várias lutas minhas aqui, né? Quer dizer, nas duas que eu tive. E reconheci ele pessoalmente, que eu nunca tinha conhecido o Khabib pessoalmente, um cara respeitador, gente boa, um excelente treinador. E seria uma honra, né, dele passar um pouco do conhecimento dele para mim, né? Não é à toa que ele hoje é o melhor treinador, já foi o melhor atleta, né? E hoje é o melhor treinador do mundo. Então, fico muito feliz em ter essa relação com ele, né? Em ver ele aqui. Quer dizer, não vi ele ainda aqui, né? Mas se eu ver, é certo eu conversar com ele, né? Falar com ele com respeito, né? Obviamente, né? E pedir algumas dicas também, né? Quem sabe me deu algumas dicas também.
Yeah, this is my third card where Khabib is cornering someone, and so hopefully I get to have some interaction with him this time around too. I did meet him before, fantastic person, you know, he was one of the best fighters there ever was, and now he's working on a fantastic attitude, you know. We had a lot more interaction on the fight that I had in New York, but hopefully I can bump into him, you know. If I can get to train with him, it would be fantastic, and hopefully maybe he can give me some pointers and help me with some advice for the fight.
Это уже третий раз я дерусь на том же карде, на котором присутствует Хабиб в том или ином виде. Хабиба отличный боец, я с ним встречался до этого, не получалось тренироваться, но он отличный боец, и мне очень нравится, как он выступал как боец. Теперь он в другой должности, теперь он тренер, он очень хорошо, очень многих высот добивается, как и тренер сейчас. У нас получалось с ним пересечься больше на том карде в Нью-Йорке, на котором я дрался, но у нас не было возможности тренироваться. Я бы с удовольствием с ним потренировался и, конечно же, послушал его и получил какие-то от него навыки в том, как он тренирует и вообще в целом.
И от меня заключительный вопрос. Александр Волков очень нестандартный боец, он выше тебя на 20 сантиметров, и плюс у него база киокушинкай и карате. Есть ли кто-то в лагере, похожий на него, тоже высокий и плюс такой нестандартный ударник?
Last question is, Alexander Volkov is very non-typical fighter to fight against. He's 20 centimeters taller than you. He's also is a karate base, got a Kyokushin karate base. Do you have anybody in your camp who can simulate him in a way that you could have trained with to prepare for Volkov?
Agora sobre o seu oponente, né? O Alexander Volkov, ele é um cara meio diferente, né? Fora da curva em alguns sentidos, assim, muito alto, né? Vai ter 20 centímetros de altura a mais que você. E ele tem uma base bem diferente também, que ele vem do Karate Kyokushin originalmente. Então a trocação dele é um pouquinho menos ortodoxa. Você teve alguém no seu camp que conseguiu imitar ele ou alguém para simular essas situações tanto da altura como do estilo?
Graças a Deus lá na academia, eu tive vários atletas, lá tem vários atletas de peso pesado, né? Tem Rafael Cerqueira, que faz tem também ele veio do karatê também, né? Tem o Pig também, que é um menino que está chegando agora, tem a mão muito pesada. E tem os golpes muito rápidos, a mão pesada. E tem Felipe Franco também, né? André Monstro também, tem a mão pesada também. Na verdade, a gente fez o treino adaptado lá na academia, né? Tomando chute, né? Pelo falecido do karatê, tomando pancada também, né? Na verdade, a gente está bem preparado para essa luta,
Yeah, Volkov is someone that is very hard to find one individual that can, do all of those different aspects. But I am very well served in training partners at the gym. We have a great roster of heavyweights. Rafael Cerqueira, who competes for the UFC too, he comes from a karate background, so he was able to emulate a lot of the movement and the style of striking. He's not as tall, of course, but I was able to at least get some of the movement and everything in order. And then we have Felipe Franco for Contender Series. We have André Monstro. We have Pig. We have like a very great roster of heavyweights that can push me and simulate most of the situations where I might end up at. So I believe the camp went very well.
Очень сложно найти одного человека, с которым ты можешь точно повторить Волкова, да, то есть он такой действительно нестандартный, поэтому найти одного человека, в котором есть все те аспекты, которые есть у Александра, очень сложно. Но, тем не менее, в моем зале есть очень много спарринг-партнеров, которые также бойцы UFC, которые были на контендере, которые уже выступают в UFC, у которых база карате, они, может быть, не такие высокие, как он. Тем не менее, есть бойцы, с которыми можно тренироваться, с которыми можно набираться каких-то навыков, которые могут каким-то образом быть похожи на Волкова. Поэтому мне кажется, что если одного такого спарринг-партнера не было, то с теми ребятами, с которыми я тренировался, они мне дали ту базу, они мне дали те навыки, которые мне нужны будут для того, чтобы биться против Волкова.
Jailton, сегодня вы увиделись с Александром Волковым, приобнялись, сделали фотографию. И вот интересно, в такие моменты пытаешься ли ты прощупать своего соперника, оценить его габариты, условно говоря?
Today, we saw a video of you kind of giving Volkov a quick hug, saying hello to him. Question is, in those moments, do you try to kind of feel out the person you're going to be fighting again, just to see his size, to see his height, to see his weight, or do you just say hello?
Hoje apareceu em mídia social um vídeo de você encontrando com o Volkov, né? Que tudo foi, cumprimentou ele, deu um abraço. Você usa isso como uma ferramenta para sentir, né, a pessoa, ver o tamanho, entender um pouquinho melhor o que eles são, ou é só cortesia mesmo para dar um oi?
Não, só cortesia mesmo para dar um oi. Não penso nessa vibe não. Só cortesia mesmo para dar um oizinho, só para dar seja bem-vindo.
No, I think it's more like about breaking the ice, just seeing each other in person for the first time. I think it's just nice to, be courteous and break the ice.
Это больше вопрос просто чуть-чуть сблизиться, да, и как-то поздороваться и понять, что это только спорт, и нет никаких терок между этим. То есть не было никаких там попробовать на вес, на рост и так далее, просто поздороваться и сказать, что все круто, просто спорт.
И последнее от меня. Ты известен своим ультимативным контролем в партере, но как ты считаешь, у кого контроль в партере лучше, у тебя или у Хамзата Чимаева? И почему?
You're known to control the fight in the clinch, control the fight on the ground rather. You're kind of similar to what Hamza Chimaev does when he fights, when he controls guys on the ground. Comparing you and Hamzat, who do you think has a better control on the ground? Is it you or is it Hamzat?
Você é conhecido como uma pessoa que trabalha muito bem o clinch e com o controle por cima no chão, né? Jogo que pode ser comparado com o de Hamzat. Como que você analisa o seu jogo?
Todo mundo sabe. Mas eu acho que agora ele me passou, né? Ali no controle de solo, né? Então ele é o melhor que eu, né? Eu sou o segundo agora. Ele é o atual campeão, né? Então só posso passar ele quando eu for campeão, obviamente, e quando fazer outro recorde também. Né? Mas eu acho ele melhor que eu ali, porque ele passou meu recorde, né? Agora ele é melhor.
Yeah, it really makes me happy to be compared to Hamzat, and honestly, he got the belt, so I guess he passed in front of me. He was better than me right now. Hopefully, if I can get the belt, then we can get back to being compared. But it just brings joy to my life to be compared to those great fighters.
Я счастлив, что есть такие сравнения между мной и таким чемпионом, как Хамзат Чимаев. Но в данный момент он меня обошел, потому что он первый добрался до пояса, поэтому тут нечего сравнивать. Если я доберусь до пояса, тогда уже можно посравнивать, кто лучше, кто хуже. Но в данный момент мне кажется, что он меня обошел. Когда тут доберемся, посмотрим.
Jailton. Alex Pereira is talking about heavyweight. He initially called out John Jones, but he could have his eyes in an event. Does that concern you that there could be more delay for your title hopes should he get his wish?
Poatan, depois dessa última luta, comentou sobre subir para peso pesado, né? E tem se falado de Poatan e John Jones. Mas te preocupa, de repente, ele passar na tua frente numa disputa de cinturão? Ele tem a oportunidade antes de você de enfrentar quem ganhar de Aspinall e Gane?
Acho que o Poatan já falou isso já, né? Ele quer fazer uma luta com o John Jones. Né? O Jones também já se ofereceu também para poder lutar com ele. Então, acho que não tem nada a ver ele querer lutar no peso pesado. Até porque ele quer fazer uma super luta com o John Jones, né? Então, como ele disse que ele está sendo o melhor da história, o John Jones está sendo o melhor da história também. Acho que essa luta casaria muito bem, né? Pelo outro cinturão, né? Do BMF, ia ser muito bom também. Para não atrapalhar na divisão, né? Porque a divisão já estava atrapalhada, ele pode estar entrando agora, vai atrapalhar mais ainda. Então, aquele luta de John Jones lá, e me deixa aqui, quando eu ganhar minha luta aqui, que eu possa lutar contra Tom Aspinall no Ciryl.
Yeah, I think the talk about him and John Jones is great. Like a super fight between the two would be a fantastic thing for them, for us as fans, and for the UFC. But the division has been in such turmoil the last few months. Like, let them do a super fight on here at heavyweight, and then they can go and do a super fight. If eventually he wants to come to the division, fine. But I think he's more looking towards something big like that super fight than necessarily being a part of the division.
And one more, Volkov's fight against Ciryl Gane, Gane is not known for necessarily his grappling, but he did take him down twice. I know Volkov took him down as well. That being said, what do you think of Volkov's grappling overall?
A luta de Gane com Volkov conseguiu botar Gane para baixo uma vez, mas Gane botou ele para baixo duas vezes. Como que você interpretou essa luta e como que você vê o grappling de Volkov?
Eu vi essa luta, assisti essa luta toda, né? Assisti a luta toda. Gane é um cara que não era do grappling, né? Conseguiu colocar ele para baixo ali duas vezes. O Volkov também botou ele para baixo. É um cara também que está evoluindo cada vez mais no grappling. Faixa preta de jiu-jitsu, né? Com todo respeito. E a luta vai desenvolver na hora lá. Não posso dizer que eu vou fazer, que vou fazer isso, vou fazer aquilo, né? Tem que ver primeiro o que ele tem a me oferecer para poder oferecer para ele também.
Yeah, we can see a lot of stuff on tape, but honestly, until we get a hold of someone, we don't really know what's going to happen. So, end of the day, the moment that I get in there, I'm going to feel the flow, and see what kind of openings he gives me and see what I can do with him. On paper, I should have a big advantage there, but we're going to have to get in there and really be within the fight to really understand and see what's going to happen.
Thank you.
gold mine to make out here. Every PR thing I get sent is just this exclusive opportunity for you to speak to me. I don't mind speaking, but I'll never say no. There was quite an interesting story with Jimmy White playing for Yorkshire.
Oh, yeah.
Did you not see that? He'll forever be known as, I've forgotten his name, but James Block's grandson of Jimmy White.
Oh, maybe he said Hamza.
No, more on that.
Okay, so yeah. Here you go to the clip folder. They have like tons of folders. So you have this. This purple as well. So it should be. You copy it to the folder on the computer. Just in case if you need to use the card. Or like next one will be like super short. Like you don't want to copy it from the card. Next on the left. Put it to 0. Yeah. So you copy it in case you have to use the card again. The next one is going to be super short, so like you don't want to have it on your card. And yeah, if it's on your laptop, then you can use the card again. So when there's someone going to come in, like you turn it off just to make sure, like when it starts, you press it off. What's happening with Twitter? Okay, so it's copied. Now you go to this eject. No, you can put it in the second slide. So, the next one. Я не допомогу. Второй слайд. На гитаре. Сейчас будет... Да не Jandiroba. Что?
Сейчас будет Azamat. Вот. Копия.
А я даже слова не знаю.
Тадукалис.
А он вообще тоже чел в Казахстане погибает народный шайка погибает. Нет, реально. You just like flip it with your nail. Что, кто будет? Чимаев? Да, сейчас Чимаев неожиданно придет. Он же в Дубай приехал. ACA.
вашем весе Симак новый язык учил.
Azamat, over here. Obviously, you know, in the past you weren't as active as maybe you'd want to, and then after your last big win, everyone was expecting a big step up in competition. So I guess when they approached you with a name like Rakic, I guess what went through your mind, and are you happy with the matchup?
До этого, до последнего боя ты не был таким активным, каким хотел бы быть, да? Хотел драться чаще, но не так часто дрался. После твоей последней победы, понятное дело, что все думали, что у тебя будет очень большой прыжок в тех ребятах, с которыми тебе будет сражаться, и дальше ты получил такое имя, как Александр Рачич. Какие были мысли после того, как тебе его предложили, и насколько ты был готов к этому противостоянию?
Я, конечно, рад был предложением, мы сразу незамедлительно приняли этот бой.
I was very happy about the offer when I heard Rakic, and without any hesitation, we accepted the fight immediately.
Did it have something to do with the fact that everyone that has beaten him has either gone on to fight for a title or ended up being champion at light heavyweight?
Была ли какая-то связь между тем, что все те, кто победил Александра Рачича, потом, скорее всего, были претендентами за титул или в итоге выиграли титул? Такая какая-то связка была между ребятами, которые дрались за титул после победы над Рачичем?
Ну, Ракич рейтинговый, такой достаточно хороший боец, он показал себя, может, поэтому сейчас посмотрим.
You know, he's been high in rankings for a long time. He showed himself as a really great fighter, so now we'll see what happens if I get to beat him.
He said that he's redone his entire team and is kind of, it seems like he's taking a different approach to this fight than his last few that he's lost. So I guess how difficult is it to game plan with for someone that's saying he's, you know, changed his entire camp in preparation for a fight?
Он сказал, что он перестроил полностью все, всю подготовку, поменял команду, все делает теперь по-другому, теперь подходит к бою совершенно другим образом. Насколько сложно планировать на соперника, который сказал, что он совершенно по-другому подходит к этой игре, чем до этого подходил?
Ну, он может по-разному, как хочет думать, но в бою уже все по-другому. Не как в лагере, не как в тренировке, поэтому это все может быть зря.
You know, he could say and think whatever it is, but in the fight itself, everything's very different. It's not the camp anymore. It's not like preparation anymore. So it might have been something that he needs to say, but it could have been all for nothing. It could have been all a waste.
Obviously, you have a champion in Alex Pereira got the title back, and he's saying, you know, he wants to go back to light heavyweight. I mean, up to heavyweight to possibly fight John Jones. I guess for you, does that even matter, or are you not looking past Rakic, and how far do you think you are away from, you know, a top 5 and contender fight?
Понятное дело, что в дивизионе опять поменялся чемпион, Алекс Перейра забрал обратно пояс. Теперь он говорит про то, что он хочет подняться в тяжелый вес. Насколько для тебя это вообще важно, и кажется ли тебе, сколько боев у тебя осталось до того, чтобы попасть в топ-5 и после этого дойти до титула?
Ну, насчет Перейры абсолютно мне это не интересно. Захочет, перейдет. Если нет, пожалуйста, пускай остается. Насчет меня, насчет топ-5 посмотрим. Сейчас многое зависит от этого боя. Я думаю, если мы сейчас вот этот бой пройдем, ну, до титула у нас немного осталось.
Regarding Pereira, I don't care at all. I mean, if he wants to stay here in light heavyweight, great. If he wants to move up to the heavyweight, good for him. When it comes to me in the top 5, I think that right now we have a really important fight in front of us. We'll see what happens if we get past this opponent over here. Then, you know, to get to top 5, I don't think there's a long way to get there.
In a perfect world, how do you see this fight playing out?
Если все пройдет по плану, как ты думаешь, пройдет этот бой в субботу?
Ну, если бы я не думал, что я выиграю красиво этот бой, я бы, наверное, здесь не сидел.
If I didn't think that I have a really good way, a really beautiful way of winning this fight, I probably wouldn't sit here.
Thank you.
Азамат, приветствую. Азамат, приветствую. 17 часов назад ты опубликовал афишу своего боя с Ракичем, вот хотя бой уже состоится через пару дней. И все-таки к основному вопросу хочется вернуться. Вот ты уже очень высоко стоишь в топ UFC, действительно там тебя, может быть, 1 или 2 боя отделяют от титула, но медийно ты совсем как-то не работаешь над собой. Вот не пора ли что-то менять, потому что многие там хотят о тебе знать, о твоей жизни, и плюс очевидно, что сегодня шум какой-то, сопровождающий бойца, он его намного быстрее ведет к титулу.
Only about 17 hours ago, you posted the poster of you fighting against Rakic. But this is the fight that's been announced for a long time. It seems as though you've been in the tops for a little bit now. You've cemented yourself in the top ranks of the UFC light heavyweight division. However, in the media presence, you're still pretty dark. We don't really know a lot about you. People want to know about your life, about how you get prepped. Don't you think that, especially with this win, you want to get a little more media friendly, a little media active this way? With all the noise that goes together with your wonderful wins, it'll be easier for you to get closer to the title shot.
Ну, медийность это сейчас все за медийностью бегают и забывают про бои. В UFC все равно, я думаю, что самое главное это бои, а не какая-то медийность, там стараться поднимать вот это все, там где-то что-то говорить. Здесь самое главное хорошо драться, а медийность это со временем придет, так что вот у Анкалаева как бы какая-то волна пошла, что они медийные. Ну, в российском ММА кто медийнее Анкалаева, например?
Ну, большое количество бойцов: Хамзат Чимаев, Петр Ян, не знаю.
Не думаю, абсолютно. Возможно, Чимаев, но не Петр Ян, ни кто-либо из них не медийнее, чем Анкалаев.
You know, when it comes to the UFC, I think still to this day it's more important to show good fights and to fight well. And this whole media thing that everybody's after, the media hype and stuff, I feel like it comes eventually, you know, it's just something that comes with the wins. For this organization still, I think the results and the way you fight is more important than how much you say in the media. And if you look at the Russian fighters, look at the whole thing with Ankalaev. Everybody said that he wasn't media friendly, that we don't see him in the media and this and that. But in the Russian media, who is top media compared to Ankalaev? Who's better than him in media? Maybe Chimaev possibly, but definitely not Peter Yan, not those fighters. He's still on top of the Russian media sphere.
И второй вопрос от меня. В главном бою вечера на ACA дерется Алибагов, ты дерешься на UFC 321. Много ли тебе писало черкесов, что приедут к вам на бои?
In the ACA, Alibagov is fighting in the main event, and you're fighting on UFC 321. Has there been a lot of people from Cherkessia that wrote to you that they're coming to see the fights?
Да, многие писали, многие пишут, они приедут, я знаю, здесь местных тоже наших много. Я как бы стараюсь с ними как общаться, связь поддерживать. Да, достаточно много будет.
Yes, a lot of the countrymen, a lot of them said they're coming out here. There's a lot of us here as well. There's a lot coming to see the fights. So I try to stay connected to them. I try to communicate with them through the media. So it's great to see that a lot of them coming out to support.
Удачи в субботу.
Спасибо.
Hi, Azamat, Yusuf here. Welcome to Abu Dhabi. My question now, don't you see that Rakic has more to win this fight because he lost the last 3 fights? He fought at the highest level. He changed his team. He trained in Serbia, I believe. What does it take to fight someone like that?
Кажется ли тебе, что у Ракича такое количество на кону, что ему обязательно нужно выиграть этот бой? Он идет на серии из 3 поражений, он полностью поменял команду, он, по-моему, тренировался в Сербии. У него очень много давления, чтобы он именно выиграл этот бой. Насколько для тебя это важно, что он приходит сюда играть ва-банк?
Ну, это его проблема, это он должен думать об этом. Я думаю о себе, мне без разницы абсолютно. Ну, что он поменял, что он добавил, поэтому...
You know what? That's probably something he has to worry about, whether or not he has to come in here and go full throttle, whether it's important for him to win. This is not something I concentrate on. I concentrate on myself, right? I do not care about what's important to him, what's at stake for him, because that's his side. I worry about myself and what I bring to this fight.
Excellent. Last question. I saw that previously you won an open weight tournament and you won a golden belt, which is made fully of gold. Do you still have it, or you returned it back to the organization?
Я видел, что ты выиграл золотой пояс Brave. У тебя он еще есть, или ты отдал этот пояс обратно организации?
Нет, пояс у меня дома лежит.
I still have the belt. Yep, it's still in my house.
Thank you.
Азамат, твоя разница в росте и в риче, как называется, да, между тобой и твоим соперником, наверное, одна из самых больших. У тебя были такие соперники, у кого было тоже такое преимущество по длине рук, ног и по росту?
This is probably, for you, the opponent is the tallest opponent you have to fight. The difference between height and reach is probably the largest between all of your opponents. Have you ever had to face anybody with such an advantage in all these aspects?
Ну, у меня соперники достаточно все большие. Я много выступал по любителям, я уже привык с такими работать, поэтому особо на это, все нормально.
A lot of the opponents that I faced, especially in my amateur career, were taller or larger than me. So this is something I'm used to. It's not something new for me. I'm okay with it.
А ты это видишь как преимущество для тебя, вот эта разница, или наоборот, с такими соперниками тебе сложнее работать?
Do you see it as an advantage for yourself, or is it more of a disadvantage for you to work against somebody like that?
Ну, конечно, где-то и есть преимущество. Но, как я сказал, мне удобнее с такими работать, особо не напрягает, поэтому все нормально.
Potentially, it's not an advantage, but like I said before, I'm comfortable with working with or fighting against guys like that, so it's normal to me.
No. No, it's better. Not, I mean, the card. It's better. Да. Самый видный человек на свете. В любом мире живут просто.
I just like to get a picture of everyone just
Бля, да, реально хочешь это сделать для человека, который задал вопрос такой, ну мне все равно. Что сказал? Не понял, что?
How do you think the football
Кто
coverage
нужен?
went?
Кто кого нужен? А.
It was excellent and it was frustrating that he told to self-censor about the behaviour.
Oh, really?
Well, after the initial one and then Bradley's did Aspinall.
I think we should do a post about Murzakanov, so the height and reach difference. Just put like just one on the picture. I prefer taller for their right. So just I don't know, like not a hit post will be, but I mean we can even post it.
Which is what he said.
No one else is going to use it. Yeah. And we can work on like a picture together and
not kind of be the leading voice in the coverage of it. Stop doing anything properly.
Take your laptop with you, we'll go meet James.
You just get to realise there's no reporting on news anymore, is it? It's all about an agenda. And I know I should get that right.
Yeah, but it's still frustrating when it happens. Because the thing is, sport is a completely different tone to the rest of the paper. It's not all it is. That's where it's left.
The hatred from both sides was like, and other publications were putting, Arabic publications were putting out far worse than you. Far worse. Like, if you could something, the photographer that threw his shoe, it's his first game as a photographer. It's a fucking joke. They are accrediting people that just It's crazy. Somebody sat next to me at the first game against Umar, showed me his camera and said, are my settings on the right? And I had to change all of his settings. I couldn't believe it.
Did you, or did you sabotage him?
No, I said, just like, mate, you should not be here. It's not funny. And then someone, I don't know if Bod has told you, but one of the MIT photographers did a similar, not similar, but did something at the end that I was at as well. There was a crate of water, and when Sultan scored, he went and absolutely booted this crate of water straight towards the Qatar fans. Qatar fans started lobbing things, coming straight down, shouting, pointing, and he was going.
Really? Jesus.
It was really bad. It was the point where the proper Emirati photographers were getting hacked off because their names being trounced through the mud. Like, you're letting just idiots in.
Yeah. That's fucking madness.
Yeah. I didn't know that Mina didn't want to change some stuff. I'm not surprised.
I shouldn't be surprised, but it's just very frustrating.
She'll just be getting in the neck from someone else.
And that's the thing. I always try and put myself in their position, the downward pressure they're getting from someone. I do try, but if she's any sort of predator, she should be pushing back against those sort of things. Or maybe it's just easier.
Can you do that here, though?
That's the thing, isn't it?
It's like when Trump was here, I got fair few pictures on the website, and then I love the paper. I know it's old-fashioned, but I still love it on the paper.
There's no better feeling for me than seeing your byline on paper.
And I opened the paper, and none of my pictures have been used from Trump. None of them. And I spoke to Scott, and then he spoke to me, and apparently she just got absolutely coming down the phone from somebody from the presidential palace because we'd hardly used any of their pictures. So she had to use them all in the paper. What can you do? You can't argue with that. You just have to go.
Yeah.
Oh well, that sucks, but that's the way it is.
Yeah. I'll just keep plodding along doing the job.
Well, I've always said I'll be here until they make me rid of them.
Yeah, so no one else is going to pay me this money, so set the number. But yeah, like I said earlier, I'm quite enjoying this.
Oh, this week is better than any week. I don't like the F1s. I said I'd do it this year because I don't even know why I said I'd do it this year. I just ended up saying, yeah, I'll do it.
Did you say Anthony managed to wang that weekend off or something?
It's been his weekend to do it the last 2 times, and I've somehow ended up doing it. And I didn't mind doing it last year, but it's fucking hard work. It is a slog. But this, I used to really enjoy doing it with John. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, it's just, but for me, it's just nice being out of that office. It's such a fucking pleasant atmosphere in there.
How long till your surgery?
Next next Thursday. Like, I've found that a struggle. Like even just waiting in line to sign in, I keep crouching down, pretend I was looking for something in my bag. But yeah, just I don't mind. Like, it's like, as long as I'm not there, now doing this. This is fun.
Have they told us if we get Dana when it will be?
If we get what, sorry?
If we get to speak to Dana when it will be? I imagine it will be on the ceremony. That's when
she was just like with him
before the ceremony.
I didn't really talk to her.
I can't remember if you said you were bothered about that. Because the ceremonials are normally quite good.
Yeah.
You do? Oh.
Well, saying that, I enjoy them. But I'm in Azamat. If you're not bothered about the press conference on record.
No, I'm not fussed about it.
Got a job in Sharjah and Azamat, and the thought of them driving back to Abu Dhabi.
For sure. Means I can only do the official ones because I've got to go see the doctor who's doing the surgery. I've got to see the anaesthetist.
Was I able to fix the color?
I could maybe do the ceremonial ways, but
The thing that's good about the ceremonial is you'll be able to get Ciryl Gane with Aspinall with his belt.
But
I quite like the official weigh-ins as well.
Where is it?
The PFL did a ceremony when Francis fought. They did a ceremonial one, but they also did an official weigh-in, but it wasn't actually the official weigh-in. So they did a fake weigh-in and a fake weigh-in because they did the weigh-ins out the back, and they didn't even make it look realistic when they came out the front because he wasn't even looking at the scale.
Yeah.
Just read straight off. It's like, what's the fucking point of doing this if it's still not the actual official weigh-in?
I'll grab a drink.
That's big one-on-one stuff, huh?
That's true.
Wasn't he just a so-called washed basement tuber?
Like I can't remember at the same time. It's like, dude got famous by talking shit about it.
Was that what it was?
It's like, dude, I can.
But that's how everybody kind of, like, independently becomes first. At least as like an influencer.
Are you bringing
You have to be really good at talking shit. And back up.
Food is so fucking good.
Hey, where's Dumpling? He wasn't there? No. He was literally just sitting down.
First lead, why don't you say that?
West Indies bowled 50 overs of spin in an ODI. It's the first time it's ever happened.
How'd that work out for them?
I have no idea. I've just seen the headline. I'm not even read. It's even happening again. West Indies are just an absolute family. You follow our channels?
No, not really, mate. I'm a bit of a fair weather fan. Big England matches. You?
Me, I support Lancashire. Where are you actually from?
London, East London, and then moved to Essex when I was about 10. But literally just over the border from East London. You?
From Sandhurst, near Reading.
Yeah, well. Why Lancashire? Your family from there?
Yeah, Dad's from Lancashire. I was born up north.
Oh, okay.
How long have you been over here?
18 years in January.
Really?
You?
This is my 10th year.
Oh, well.
Do you never fancy going back?
What's that, mate?
Do you not fancy going back?
Yeah, I have done at various points, but when got divorced and I'm now paying for 2 houses, it's a little bit taken out of my hands, which I hate. So, yeah, it's annoying.
Have you got engaged recently?
Yes, yeah, got engaged last year.
So when's the wedding?
Well, it was meant to be in Easter, but then we ploughed all our money into buying our apartment.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a bit on the back burner. Although, did you see on the town map, you can get married for 800 dirham now. So we might just take the romance out of it and do it that way.
Spend more money on the honeymoon.
Yeah.
Where did you end up buying?
In Al Reef.
Oh, no.
Oh, I've been there for, I'm trying to think, that must be 15 years. And just always rented there. Then the landlord tried jacking up the price so much, but it actually spurred us into sort of kicking our arse into gear.
It's exactly the same thing that happened there.
Yeah.
Just got fed up with landlords deciding they wanted to either kick you out, put the rent up, or trying to put the rent up.
Yeah.
Got bored of it. And
Took
we
the
ended up
plunge.
buying somewhere.
Yeah. No, I'm glad I did. Well, it's quite nice to
The Saints.
your name above the
New
door.
Orleans Saints.
You buy 3 bedrooms?
Yeah. Already had our first major issue though, massive leak in the communal bathroom.
Okay.
Kept calling them round. I mean, literally, I was filling or emptying buckets every couple of hours. They kept trying to tell me it's the humidity because we leave the back doors open because I said, mate, I'm not a plumber, but I know that's not humidity.
I'm not thick.
So yeah, got an outside firm in, and he took a video. He just showed me his one valve hissing water. He said, "I'll do it right now, 550 dirham." I said, "Just do it." Like,
Oh,
yeah.
550.
Yeah. I've had 3 people up there telling me it's humidity. Just fucking hopeless.
People are so stupid. People are stupid. That's why now when you actually own it, you're probably thinking you spend a little bit more to get it done properly.
Yeah, totally. than just patching it over.
Yeah. These buildings are built so badly.
Oh, mate, tell me, my dad has his own construction firm, and like literally when he come over, this when we were in a villa, he took one look around, he said, don't ever buy this.
Really? We might have said that about him.
Right around 1 o'clock, I think.
To be fair to Ahmed on the US desk, he's done well to get a minute video out of this Umar interview.
I think it looks good.
I said, like I said to him, I said if you don't want to use it, don't.
A hell of a lot better than the freaking pile of crap that this thing. That was just. Oh, I love Azamat. Look at this 23 and a half. I'm talking about his flats are flying from Las Vegas to Brazil and then
Yes?
Abu Dhabi. Okay.
Yes,
It's just
That's
no
great.
interest.
Is he going to tell us something interesting?
Yeah.
But that wasn't you, was it? That was.
Willie.
Was it lifestyle?
Yeah. Willie and Milani.
Have you seen any of the films?
Yeah, very nice. Dog shit.
Are you done? What?
You've only done.
I was just going to say. Go.
I'd rather see it
That's Ross's head.
What words are you using? I've never been.
to be fair, it's getting harder and harder not to make the case for it. I think it's for the 15-year anniversary. I did increase his money. And then the beginning, so when was that? The 8th? In the January.
The only good thing about conferences is boring and I hate photographing. If there are decent hotels, there's decent food. Is football your favourite thing to cover then?
Not necessarily. It's my sport, the one that I watch the most, but I'd actually say this. Coke's always had a monopoly on it though, so...
He was very good.
Yeah, no, he was brilliant. I was quite happy for him to do it. The thing is, they're still... They won't let me hate him as a freelancer. They're still not with him. They had the audacity to leave for a much higher paying job. So the way he was going to do it, he was paying... Do you know Gary Linehan?
Yes, I don't know him very well.
No, I think so. He's going to say, right, we'll put through the books. That's Gary doing the job. I'll pay him, and then he'll pay
we doing a blog on it?
I literally knocked my nuts out doing it last year. Did every round of every fight. And I literally just got nothing for it.
Really?
Nothing at all.
Which is saying obviously you didn't mind because you were
Get 0 back for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's, what happened to me on the Monday in Qatar.
Yeah. Oh, with the video.
It wasn't just the video, it was the fact that I'd gone to the university stadium and it wasn't there. So then I walked to where they told me it wasn't there. Walked to another pitch, wasn't there. Walked to another pitch, wasn't there. Literally got to the point where it was 5 minutes past the train start, and I saw one more set of floodlights, walked there, and then got like five minutes of pictures. I'd done like 25,000 steps. And then they kicked me, kicked me off like so quickly. They just,
Well, it's coming from the dead.
Premiership side. You think they want more publicity, but
Yeah. Don't want us giving away their plans.
oh, that's still relevant at that thing as well. I've never been told I can see it as a
What, the thing we did? They told you couldn't film.
That's why it was just him speaking. So I did a lot of video.
Oh, sorry. You meant training?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. It's not going to be a 20-minute workout video. It's going to be a bit of B-roll to go with.
Tom Aspinall studying them. Did really well.
Yeah, you said that.
He's got like 1.1 million followers and he posted it.
I have to thank him.
Most people don't even share.
No, that's true.
That's all it takes. Just share it. Boy, now it's taken off.
В Америке есть фильм.
See that? I'm at the new undergraduate scheme.
Sunday.
Yeah. Didn't realise he was an actual Almeida fan.
Yeah,
He goes to most games. That's super keen, that is. And I didn't realise this guy was going to be a Brummie. Thought it was going to be an Emirati guy.
Is that Wolfie?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, so he pitched it. It's actually quite a nice idea. He said like he's in touch with him and that.
Is it going to go with sport or is it going to be?
I don't think it really sits in sport. It's more like a weekend piece to me. So.
Pardon?
Good looking girl.
Yes, that's Ciryl guys. I saw Virna Jandiroba fought here 3 years ago.
Oh yeah.
She got beaten by
My camera. That's actually real nice. Do I want a red? In New York, maybe.
Who told you? What have you? Because we always joke when we see Azamat.
So easy. She looks furious. Who's the love of your life? What?
What do you? Are you? How many flags? He's been going to Chinese.
What does that mean?
During his last fight when he won.
Yeah, did you guys have fights where you got all
И то нам Volkov какой-то, да, Умара. Bautista, Umar, Gane.
Не будет.
А? Кого не будет? Ага, кто будет?
Ган.
Давай тогда в одном минус 10 даже если его соперник ничего не говорит, тогда он сказал про нокаут. Тогда вот это пререз.
When he wasn't really popping, look kids, bro. Look how young we are.
С Волковым.
This? Like, nah, not really. This was like very first place we all moved into it.
Да, очень просто
Looking at what I used to look like. Yeah, that's fucking right.
I only know from the.
You never saw him?
Его первый
kick it off. Mackenzie, over here. There.
Hello.
How are you?
Does it work?
Yep. I feel like we've been talking about you in a title fight since your debut and how long it would take to get there. So I guess now we're only a few days away from you getting your first title shot. So I guess what are the emotions? How's camp been? And I guess what are you doing differently now, if anything, for this camp?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited, obviously. I think the way that everything happened with Weili vacating and Virna being the #1 contender, I don't think that, I think that that win over Virna 5 years ago, that obviously I wasn't training to fight for the belt back then. I was just trying to grow the ranks and get into my own, learn the whole sport. But that set me up to be fighting for the title now. And it's really like surreal how this happened, I think that kind of the focus was always just to like day after day and get better and trying to get better and put myself in uncomfortable situations and to like feel that we made it here and that this is a great matchup for us. It's against someone that I beat before. Obviously, it could go any way, but it definitely gives you a little bit like, it's possible. So yeah, we just kept training and we're focused on training. This camp, I mean, my last fight with Amanda was 8 months ago. So, I mean, this whole camp we were training just everywhere, but we didn't train anything specific for Virna. But yeah, I think we just kind of trained to be a lot of sparring and be ready for whatever comes.
Are you happy with the path to the title? Because like I said, I feel like if you got a title shot earlier in your career, people would have expected that. But it's kind of been this longer journey for you. So are you happy with how it played out, just get better inside the octagon?
Yeah, I mean, if I could not go through like broken noses and the losses, I mean, that, of course, you have like lots of times you think like, man, maybe I shouldn't do this. I should go back to jiu-jitsu, that's, I was like winning everything and I like basically started like humbled myself to start something new and become like a white belt and just like learn and go through, especially on a bigger platform with all these critics and, just the UFC fans, they like love you and then hate you and then they love you again, so it's a lot of roller coaster ride. So, I mean, I can't say I wish I didn't have like an undefeated career like Ronda Rousey and that would be amazing, but I'm proud of my journey. And I think that's what's going to help me be a great champion is the adversity that I went through. I think everyone has different styles. So I see myself similar to like Charles DeBronx, who kind of, everyone saw that he had so much potential and he's kind of up and down and he's been at it for a while and he has all these submissions. But when they're a champion, it's like they really have a lot of light in them and, they don't just retire after, So I think I'll be more prepared for what comes at me. Winning this title, whoever comes next, what are the next obstacles because of everything I went through, then, I don't know, like maybe Tatiana Suarez, who was undefeated, and then when she did fight for the belt, it was like a big difference, in the levels and everything like that. So I'm really proud to be, to potentially become a champion that can do a little bit of everything. That was my goal.
How often or have you at all watched that first fight? Because I feel like when they look at your career, they talk about the war against Andrade and the wars against Marina, but I feel like that first fight against Virna is maybe a little overlooked because I think you broke your nose in that fight. I think you had just started with Jason too. So I guess from there to now, like how have you rewatched that? And when you watched that, what do you think?
Yeah, I didn't watch it that much, but when we did schedule the fight, I think I watched it like 2 weeks ago. And I was just like, man, look how I was throwing. Look how crazy we were going. I think we showed a lot of heart. And like I said, I think I was number 13 and she was like maybe 12 or I don't remember. We were kind of back we were in the ranking, but we were, back on the end part of the rankings. And just to see how we were just like trying to do our best, both grapplers exchanging on the striking, you know what I mean? So I think we both kind of just wanted to see who got better at our striking, who got more better in our striking. And just like the adversity, like getting my nose, that was the first time I ever got like a real injury in MMA, the broken nose. And I mean, I think the biggest thing I watch is just coach telling me like, no, you're fine. And like just seeing myself go in and out of focused on the fight and focused on my nose and thinking like, okay, am I bad? Is this good? Is that bad? And when I see that now, I see like, man, how I'm way focused now. And if something like that was to happen, you know, my mind's already like, it's already protected. You know what I mean? It's not something that's going to distract me, you know. So yeah, it was cool to see really what your body can go through and how your mindset you can bring yourself back in, and how important coach was for me. And I think that's why we're so happy we made it here. He's had lots of champions, and he's super excited he could have one more champion.
How much of a change have you seen in Virna's game? Because obviously she seems to be on the biggest run of her career, and like yourself, she had a couple setbacks and didn't know if she would make it this far either.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Virna, she's gotten so much better just with her fight IQ, you know, and being able to implement her style, you know. Yeah, I went on and I fought like Marina Rodriguez, I fought Young Shannon, I fought Amanda Lemos, you know, and I had like crazy wars with them, but, you know, I felt I was on the losing end of those. And then Virna, she fought all of those girls after I fought them, you know, so I think she kind of was able to see like, okay, that's not what to do, you know, and yeah, put her game and be able to submit and take them to the ground, you know, not getting punched as much as I do in fights. So I think she's gotten a lot better, but yeah, it's cool.
And I don't know if you know this or anyone told you, but if you win, you would become the first woman to be an ADCC champ and a UFC champ. There's been 3 men, but no women have done it. Is that important to you? Do you think about that? And what do you think about making history there?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, for sure that, but I know I'll be the first woman. There's only been one guy, Fabricio Verdum, who's done World IBJJF, Abu Dhabi World Pro, ADCC, and UFC title, you know, and Fabricio Verdun is the only man who's ever done all of those 4, and now I could be the only woman to do that. So that's definitely, it's just being a champion of the UFC is making history, you know. So to be able to do that and representing, you know, ADCC, which is like submission grappling, and jiu-jitsu, they're similar, but they're not the same, you know. So I'd really like to just solidify my name in history, and you know, if we can make like Hall of Fame eventually one day for most submissions, and the sky's the limit, you know, but definitely puts more incentive for me to be the champion.
Just last one for me. What did you make of Bia's debut in Rio? Because obviously someone you have history with, you know, she's already talking about like, I would welcome Ronda Rousey back. I want this quick journey. So what did you make of her performance, and would you have any advice for her making her debut from the grappling world?
Yeah, me and Bia, we've been friends since we were like 12 years old, 13 years old, training together. So it's really, really great to see another, you know, world champion jiu-jitsu girl here. Even Jacqueline Amorin, who's also fighting on this card. You know, we know from the jiu-jitsu community and how we used to fight and train and stuff like that. So I was so happy for Bia's performance, her ground and pound. I feel like she's adapting so good, and she's, you know, an American top team training with Kyla Harrison and all the girls. So I really think she's going to go far in the division, and I'm proud of her. And yeah, I mean, she's Aries like me, you know, so she's very competitive, and she's like very initiating and, you know, independent. So, but the best like goals I can or advice I could give her is just, you know, to believe in her ground game and her takedowns, and not to get into any unnecessary wars.
Charles seems to think now's the time they could do a stadium show in Brazil, because he's a superstar. Pereira got the belt back. You or Virna could be a champ. Jailton is right there. So do you think now's the time to have a big stadium show down in Brazil?
Yeah, I think so for sure. I think we'll be the Brazilians fans, whoever. My last time I fought in Brazil was at UFC Rio, you know, and it was amazing. And yeah, I mean, the UFC fans in Brazil, they're amazing. Everyone who goes there, they can feel the energy, so for sure.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Mackenzie, and welcome back to Abu Dhabi. Obviously, you've enjoyed great success in Abu Dhabi, particularly in your grappling career, particularly at the Abu Dhabi World Pro. Do you feel any kind of sense of destiny that from that stage of your career to now potentially becoming a champion in the UFC, how it's kind of like a full circle moment maybe?
Yeah, 100%. That's the thing I was talking about this like the beginning of the year before I fought Amanda Ribas. I said, man, could you imagine if I fight for the belt in 2025 and I won the world title, I won the world title in Jiu-Jitsu in 2015? I was like, exactly 10 years later, you know? And then it came the idea of, what if it's in Abu Dhabi? You know, that would be amazing because I won the world title in 2015. I won my Abu Dhabi world title, which was my first world title black belt, April 25th, 2015 here in Abu Dhabi. And I'm fighting October 25th, 2025 in Abu Dhabi for another world title, you know? So for me, I was already imagining how crazy this would be, and it really did happen. And I mean, you can't plan things like that, you know, like the exact day, the 25, the location. You know, before this, I was like, man, I would like to fight in Brazil, you know, like, would be amazing to fight on the card. And then they said, no, Abu Dhabi. I'm like, okay, I prefer Abu Dhabi, you know, so I really think it's destiny. I don't know what the results will be exactly on Saturday, but I really believe that the stars are aligned, and I did all my work in these 10 years. And it's not just those 10 years. Obviously, I've been training since I'm 5 years old, so this is a long time coming, and I feel like now is the time. And to be here in Abu Dhabi with so many great results, I've never had a bad experience here, so I don't plan on having a bad experience on Saturday either.
That's good. You've already mentioned yourself and Jandiroba. You've had to overcome adversity, setbacks, injuries, critics. And again, you mentioned like the stars are kind of aligning. Do you really feel like Saturday will be your crowning glory, if you will?
I do. I really do. I think it'll be a good night for me. I think I'll be comfortable there. I don't really see, like I said, she's going to have to like or knock me out. If she knocks me out, congrats to her. If she submits me, congratulations. But I mean, I'm not training my whole life to lose a title because I'm like stalled, because she stalled me or put me on the cage and she's just holding on to me. So I really don't feel like, I mean, I know my grappling is higher level than hers. That's just with the results in all the competitions. But I mean, it's MMA, you know what I mean? We've seen like black belts get submitted by purple belts and things like that. And, but I mean, if there's a way for her to win this fight strategically by points or by like just kind of slowing me down, I'm not going to let that happen. So I really believe that it's going to be a comfortable fight, especially because I like pushing forward. I'm not scared of the brawls. I'm not scared of whatever I need to do to win. And then, yeah, I mean, if she submits me or knocks me out, congrats, that's her day, you know. But I fought in Amanda Lemos who punches really, really hard. I fought in Jessica Andrade who punches really, really hard. And I didn't go, like I said, I was battle tested, you know. So from my experience with her, I didn't feel anything like what the girls I fought had brought to the game. Yeon Shannon, who rocked me on my chin, you know. I really exchanged with the striking with these girls. And like I said, grappling is my home. So I don't know how much she'll want to stay 25 minutes exchanging on the ground, but I feel like it'll be a good night.
Thank you.
Hi, Mackenzie. You're an elite grappler, but Virna is seen like that as well. And sometimes when we've got this kind of matchup, it ends up as a fist fight. Do you think it's a possibility, or no matter what, you think this fight will end on the ground?
Yeah, our first fight, we stayed the 3 rounds exchanging on the striking. So this time, I definitely think it will be on the ground. I don't think we'll be the whole time on the ground, but I think the fans will see a very like MMA fight. You know, I think there will be cage. I think we'll be striking. I think there'll be grappling. I think we'll be a little bit of everything, because now it's 5 rounds and we're fighting for the title. So there has to be a little bit. The first time we fought was just to like, go crazy, try to win. You know, now it's like we want to win, but you want to make sure you win. You know, so you play smarter. I don't think Virna likes to get punched in the face, so I think she'll do her best to, you know, stay out of the crazy exchanges. And if she gets a good position, I think she'll try to get that. But yeah, I think we're going to have a little bit of everything in 5 rounds, especially because, you know, cardio, and you want to make sure you have enough intensity for all 25 minutes.
Last one for me. Imagine you're Mystic Mackenzie. Can you give us a precise prediction, and do you have a favorite sub, for example, to end this fight?
I think my favorite submission is the omoplata. I do it a lot. I landed it with a lot of the girls, but I was only able to submit a few, but I'm always attacking that. I got it like with Amanda Ribas, but she ended up getting out. I got it with Marina Rodriguez, but she ended up the round finish. Yao Shannon, I did it on her too. So I definitely think if they're in my guard, that's something that I attack a lot is the omoplata. But I don't know if I'll get that with Virna, but I just see my hand getting raised. I don't know how. I don't know if it'll be with a knockout. I don't know if it'll be submission, but I just see my hand getting raised.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Mackenzie. Welcome again to Abu Dhabi.
Thank
you. My question, I know you are focused on your next opponent, but after your win, hopefully this weekend, any names that pop up in your head, like maybe Wang Zili or any other fighter that you would be interested to defend your title?
I would like to fight Tatiana Suarez. You know, when Carla was active, I was trying to fight. Virna is the only like grappler that I've ever fought, you know, and that was 5 years ago. Everyone else has always been strikers. So I would like to test myself with some grapplers, you know. So I'd really like to fight Tatiana Suarez, who's a wrestler. Of course, Weili, if she decides to come back down. But, you know, or maybe get one of my losses, another rematch, you know. But I think Tatiana Suarez would be an interesting fight for me. I would like to do that.
Last question. Now, when two Brazilians are fighting for the title, do you feel that women MMA in Brazil is at another level?
Yes, I definitely think that Brazil is very strong in women's MMA, not just with the two Brazilians fighting for the belt, but if you look at the top 15, I think 7 or 8 are Brazilian. So it's like more than half of the top of the rank are Brazilian girls. And so, yeah, definitely it's a lot of, we need to be a little bit crazy to fight, you know. The girls are tough, you know, really Brazilian.
All the best, Mackenzie. You have a big fan base here in Abu Dhabi.
Thank you so much.
Mackenzie, hello. Не секрет, что фанаты UFC любят тебя не только за выступления в октагоне, но и за внешнюю привлекательность. И вот в связи с этим вопрос, сколько раз в неделю ты делаешь приседания со штангой и какой был максимальный вес?
It's not a secret that UFC fans like you not just for your aggressive nature and your fighting style in the octagon, but also for your good looks. So the question is, how many times a week do you squat, and what's your squatting weight? What do you squat?
I do like a lot of repetitions of squats, but not too heavy. Of course, when I get in fight camp, I go like heavier, but usually it's like every single day I squats, Monday through Saturday. And like 60 pounds, 70 pounds, I do like sumo squats. A lot of like repetitions, 24 of 20. I work a lot.
Не очень много веса, но очень часто. Приседаю каждый день с понедельника по субботу. Если говорить про неделю боя, то может быть чуть-чуть больше веса и чуть-чуть меньше приседаний. Но в основном, в принципе, просто поддерживаю, все время приседаю не с очень тяжелым весом.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, surprisingly, he hasn't spontaneously busted.
Lead from the top rope.
Talk about yourself as a skater.
Don't act, you act as if you're.
Not an act, just I need to. Oh my God, that was the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen.
What is it with this? It's like reddish light now.
We had this whole conversation, but you were,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was pretending.
you were writing a hit piece on Megan Markle.
I was writing a hit piece on Meghan Markle. That's yeah, I am so notoriously pro-royal.
Go get a laptop from James. By the entrance where they were dancing, like on the sofa. Все важно, в общем.
A what? What's that?
Umar.
Dudes that got all the girls.
И Rakic. Ну и Jandiroba.
This guy right here? Like, hold on.
Here, whatever's best for you. I think here, because like he said, it has to be charged most of the time. I think the battery is dying on his laptop. I guess. Very good.
Huh? Bro, I actually do.
А у тебя уже казахстанский паспорт есть? Ты же сжег, да, российский?
Я же
Особый, типа, ритуал. Армянский. Я же замуж скоро. Я же скоро жениться.
You're offline.
Соперника своего. Сейчас кто-нибудь записывает, да. Знаешь, запись. Конечно. Это же наша специализация.
Let me over here. Obviously, you're used to not, and you're accustomed to this part of the world, obviously. So I guess, you know, when they called you specifically to fight on this card, because, and then you're getting a media day, you're doing all the interviews, I guess, just how's fight week been and just camp been in general preparing for a fight like this?
It's been great, great week, great camp, and I think most of the people know exactly why I'm in this card. You know, I'm fighting in almost my hometown. I'm originally Egyptian, and I moved to Dubai like 2 months ago, so it feels like I'm home. I'm fighting in my house.
Has it felt much different preparing? Because, you know, some people like fighting at home, some people don't because of all the attention they do and all the extra media and people asking for tickets. So I guess, has it been similar experience for you?
Yeah, yes, exactly the same, but it's a little pressure, but it's in a good way. It's not a bad pressure at all, especially that you representing all these people. You're not fighting only for your name now, because you're fighting for all these people are behind you. So it's a good pressure. It's not in a bad way at all. I like it.
And how's preparation for this fight been? Because the last time we saw you was that Baku card. You know, first professional loss. Just did you have to change anything in preparation, or was that just a learning curve?
Of course. If we going back to Baku, the preparing for Baku fight was not the best. I was working every day, full-time job, and I didn't have time to train. So my training was part-time. I train once a day, maybe 1 hour, 2 hours maximum. But this fight, I left everything behind. I left the job. I even left New York completely. I moved here since August, only focus on training. Training as I'm fighting the best fighter in the world. So to get myself in my place again.
I think I saw an interview where you said that fight in Riyadh, because it was your first fight in 3 years,
After
maybe
3
there
years,
was some
yes.
ring rust, and then you had the fight in Baku. So now do you finally feel like you're back to where you were before that long layoff?
Yes, inshallah, yes. You guys will see, and it's you judge it. It's not me.
And then what did you make of Chris as an opponent when they came to you? Because obviously a very popular fighter in America, has a very dynamic style of striking. Just what did you make of his skill set as a whole?
What made me, like, I'm sorry.
What do you make of him as an opponent? Like, do you like the matchup?
Of course, I like the matchup. I respect him as a fighter and as athletics. And as I told you, I look for any opponents I fight as the best fighter in the world to prepare myself in the best way. So every opponent have his weak points and his strong point. And this fight is gonna be a little bit different.
And he's obviously very famous for his kicks and his like taekwondo style, but he also has a wrestling and judo background in America. We haven't really got to see that in an MMA fight, so I guess what are you expecting from him in there? Because I assume obviously you're going to want to close the distance and take him away from striking, so I guess what are you expecting from him?
I expect exactly what you said, that some tricky movement, you know, he's flexible, so I saw a bunch of fights he throwing like spinning kicks and stuff like that, so I don't think he had no chance to do this anymore, so yes. Thank you.
Hi, Hamdi, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, how are you?
Not bad, not bad. We were so happy with your first win, obviously, that happened, and unfortunately, things didn't work out. And then I saw you fight in Saudi, and you apologized after the fight. You said, this is not what you guys will see from me next time. I know you train at 333.
Yes, now yes.
And you train with Ahmed Rubai, the champion from MEFC.
Yes.
You trained with Gurgur, the
Rugrug,
UFC
yes.
champ. Yes, Rugrug, sorry.
Yes.
Gurgur.
Yeah.
Okay. How does that make you equipped to fight with someone like Chris Barnett, who actually fought in UAE Warriors before? He's a very flashy fighter. You know, when you see him, you don't think he can kick that high. He hurt himself once jumping. How does that make your game plan work out?
For workout, our game plan in the beginning started with like we have to finish the fight. So it's general game plan for any opponent we have, and then we start studying a little bit of him, and we put a game plan of how we finishing this fight. We don't put a chance for like back and forth fight. So our plan number one is how we finish this fight.
You moved to Dubai, obviously. This is now your hometown and everything.
Yeah.
So are we going to see the first version that started, the one on your first fight, or the Saudi version? And your predictions for the fight? I have to ask this because I've been sent this to ask that question, just for that.
No, inshallah, you're going to see the best version of me. Again, I want to apologize for like my last two performances. People doesn't know much about our personal life and how much sometimes it can affect you in a cage. But it does. So I was going through some stuff before. Now I'm like, you know, I'm much better than before. I'm much focusing on, you know, only training. I was working every day. Now I just like, you know, take the risk, leave my job, get ready to get back on my feet again and go back to my old version of me. Getting ready to show people like my real skill and what I can do in the division, because I know people trust me in the first time, and after they saw me again after 3 years, and also it was so hard. My first fight in the UFC was 2022, the second fight was 2025. So I want to get back as soon as possible, as strong as I can.
And last one for me. People forget that actually your first fight was a late call. They called you. It was you were not prepared to come into the UFC. So that being said, we wish you all the luck, and hopefully we see a good.
Yes, the first fight was like less than 12 days notice, and I accepted. It was my debut. So, and then whatever happened, I get suspended, and I'm here now. So let's forget about everything happening.
Did you think it was too harsh? The 2 years? Did you think that was too harsh?
It was 3 years. It was 3 years. It was, of course, it was too harsh. It's like it took too many things from me. The most thing it takes is the confidence that you was in the cage. I fight 6 times in 1 year, or maybe less than 1 year. So you moved from fighting almost every 1 or 2 months to not fighting at all. You can't be in the cage for like this long. So I lost a lot of confidence. It was so bad for me. Even the time pass is really hard. So now let's talk about today, what we are here now. Thank you.
Hamdi, good afternoon. Thomas for RMC Sport France. Sorry, I'm old school. I've
Nice to
been
meet
asked to put on the meta glasses.
No problem.
You mentioned Rug with those sparring partners, Ciryl Gane as well, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Did you see some qualities or some flaws, I guess some rooms for progress for Ciryl Gane, who's actually fighting in the title fight?
So, I'm sorry, your question
What
about...
are the positive aspects and
Okay.
maybe some potential flaws or room for progress that you saw from Ciryl Gane when you were training with him?
Okay, I see him, he's really hungry for the winning. He's preparing really well. And all I can see from the way how he trained, the way how he getting ready and the way how he spar, he really want to get that belt and he really want to get that win. And I feel like it's very good about this fight for him. And I feel it's gonna go well with him because he seems like really, really ready for this fight.
How did they emphasize Ciryl Gane on his camp on the ground? Obviously, it's one of your specialties,
Yes.
the ground game. Did Fernand Lopez, his trainer, ask something from you when you guys were training together?
It comes naturally. He didn't have to ask, but it comes naturally because when I spar with Ciryl again, I'm not going to stand on my feet all the time with him. So, of course, I have to go for takedown and I have to shoot and I have to go for try to switch the game to my game. And his defense and his reaction is the best. So this all I can say is he's ready. He's preparing for this. He knows what's going to happen in the fight, and he knows what exactly you're talking about. So he's ready for that. He's ready for takedowns. He's ready for ground game. He's ready for that.
Hamdi, we must thank you for
No
preparing
problem.
him. Thanks,
Thank you so
Egypt.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. How are you doing, sir? Yes.
We met earlier this month at the gym in Dubai.
Yes.
You told me then, as long as you stay injury-free, you're happy to keep fighting week on week. Obviously, there's a fight card in Qatar next month. Is that still the plan?
Yes, sir. 200%. 200%. If the UFC have room for me, they can book me from now. I'm down. I'm ready. I can go straight from here to Qatar. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Do you have any questions for
C'est que je savais même pas que c'était ça. Je savais pas que c'était
Oh, sorry, over here. Before we get into the actual fight, I just want to ask, just how's life been since your last fight? Because it's been a while since we saw you. You're now a movie star. You've been in TV shows. I guess, how's life been since your last fight?
Yes, it was a little part. We did a movie during 2 months, but around that, it was only spend time in the gym to improve, to grow up, to structure and build something stronger.
Have you felt you've become more popular worldwide and maybe there's more attention on your fights every time you fight now because of everything you've been doing outside of fighting?
I did this movie also for that. I know the power of the UFC, but I know also the power of the Netflix. So yeah, 100%.
In this fight against Tom, this will be your third title fight that you're preparing for against a new opponent. I guess, how are you preparing for this fight differently than the fight against Derek, and the fight against Francis, the fight against John?
The feeling was to find something a little bit deeper. We started the camp since March. Just after the injuries and the recovery with my physio, Asdin. And we knew already we were going to have an opportunity to have the fight because I remember the situation again with John Jones and Francis Ngannou. It was exactly the same situation. I was just behind and I'm waiting for this. So this time we didn't make a mistake. So we started to train really early and we're waiting this opportunity. So it's in October. So we did a really great camp. A lot of sparring partner at first in France, and we finished the camp in Dubai since 6 weeks almost with some big guy on the wrestling, focus on the wrestling. So it was cool.
You're going to be the only fighter that has fought Tom, John Jones, and Francis, who people think are two of the best heavyweights ever. When you watch Tom fight, do you see anything that he has that stands out compared to Francis and John?
Everybody have his strength. Everybody have the weakness. The particularity of Tom Aspinall is he's well-rounded. He's a huge fighter. He's a new breed like me, technical and fast. So he's different.
Have you had any run-ins with him in the hotel this week?
I met him just one time, but it's okay. We met him already in Paris. It's like it's just a sport, nothing.
So the media seems to be building this rivalry between teams that maybe you guys don't like each other. Is that just something the media is trying to build, or what are your opinions on Tom?
Est-ce que j'ai bien compris? De créer. Bon, that's cool for the social media, yeah, maybe. But obviously, this is a big challenge, and everybody knows that already. We don't need to the noise around this fight. Everybody knows we are new breed. People waiting for this fight since a long time ago, and you can expect it a big fight.
Okay, pas de bad blood.
No, not about the bad buzz. I'm not this kind of guy. Everybody knows already.
Ciryl, over here. Hi. How are you? You've been in big fights, like they just mentioned, with John Jones and Francis Ngannou. Now, looking at this fight with Tom, how would you compare the pressure leading up to those fights to this one?
My feeling, I remember, because I got an experience now, less pressure. I remember my first big fight, I'm going to say big fight against Francis Ngannou. I remember because also the storytelling and the fight week was huge also, like many media to do, many stuff to do. More pressure for Ngannou, a little bit less for Jones, and less for Thomas Aspinall.
And you came out to Dubai pretty early.
Yeah.
I know France isn't too far from Dubai, but was it to get away from all that noise? Because obviously you just had a movie as well, tons of media, tons of attention in France. Was part of it also so you can go maybe to a quieter area and focus more?
Yes, exactly. But not only because we found at first a lot of good sparring partner in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, and less expensive to move myself to Dubai and Abu Dhabi than to bring all the people because we spar with a lot of guys.
Yeah, and I saw you do interviews with Full Send MMA about Tom Aspinall putting his hand on his opponent's shoulders and stuff. If he does that to you right before the fight, are you gonna push him away or what?
I'm gonna let him to do. This means nothing. It's not exactly the truth. I don't know if this from him or maybe I think it's from the people, not him, because that's not smart.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well, we'll ask him about it. And one more from me. What are your thoughts in general of Alex Pereira talking about heavyweight? I know he spoke about John Jones specifically, but maybe he could be looking at this fight on Saturday. So what do you think of him just wanting to go up to heavyweight?
Juste David, pour être sûr. T'as pas écouté.
Qu'est-ce que tu penses en fait de... It was Alex
Pereira. Should I repeat? Yeah, just...
Alex Pereira monté en poids lourd.
Oh yeah, Alex Pereira. Yes, of course. This is a beautiful idea. Alex Pereira now is a really bankable fighter. he have a beautiful story, and he build up, so he can do it. He can do it, and he stay really dangerous. He can do it. He can do it. And yeah, really excited. Like I remember exactly the same situation with John Jones. We're talking about him to jump in the heavyweight division. We are also excited for Alex Pereira.
And sorry, last one. If he does end up fighting John Jones, what do you think his chances are of winning?
Yeah, if I win this Saturday for the White House.
Yeah, I said if Alex Pereira fights John Jones, yeah, do you think he has a chance of beating John Jones?
Yes, of course. This is a fight, warrior, and everything is possible in a fight. So yeah, 100%.
And you were just saying that you would be interested in Alex Pereira. Is that what you were going to say?
Yes, exactly, of course.
Should I ask it in English or in French? Should I ask
En français. Attends.
Non, c'était pour savoir. Ciryl, hier, on t'a confirmé que c'était déjà ton 8e poster, ce qui veut dire un 8e main event en 13 combats, sacré ratio. Pour Aspinall, si on compte le co-main event de l'UFC 295, c'est le 5e. Finalement, l'expérience est de ton côté.
Oui, l'expérience est de mon côté, ne serait-ce que par rapport à ces chiffres-là, également par rapport au temps passé dans une cage. Mais cela n'empêche qu'il a quand même beaucoup d'expérience. Il a commencé le MMA avant moi, donc quand on prend la big picture, c'est quelqu'un d'aussi expérimenté. Oui, j'ai un peu plus d'expérimentation dans le haut niveau, mais ça reste tout de même quelqu'un d'expérimenté.
J'ai regardé des vidéos ces derniers jours. On se souvient à l'UFC Paris, quand tu es sur cette boxing machine que tu aimes beaucoup. Il est un petit peu derrière avec Bisping. Venait te demander des conseils pour affronter Volkov parce que tu l'avais affronté avant lui.
C'était
le petit frère, c'était le gars sûr, mais les choses se sont inversées.
Oui, c'était très amical nos premiers rapports. Il y avait beaucoup de respect venant de sa part, beaucoup plus d'estime. Et au fil du temps, je ne sais pas comment dire ça, il a grandi, il a pris, je ne sais pas si c'est de la confiance, et puis il a un petit peu changé de tempérament. Mais voilà, c'est comme ça, les gens peuvent changer.
Juste avant, il y avait Hamdi Abdelwahad, un des sparring avec qui tu étais à 1 heure d'ici. On lui a demandé, est-ce que Fernand Lopez a demandé du sol, du ground? Et Hamdi a répondu, c'était évident qu'on allait travailler au sol. Ma question est, est-ce que dans ce camp, qui a duré 2-3 mois, on peut quantifier s'il y avait beaucoup plus de sol que de striking, ou est-ce que de toute façon, un camp, c'est un camp?
Un camp, c'est un camp. Et il ne faut surtout pas oublier nos points forts et travailler sur nos points forts. Tout le monde le sait, c'est le striking. Donc on a eu une première partie avec des gars du Glory, Lévy, Cookie, Sofiane, tous ces gars-là du Glory. J'ai sparé avec eux sur la plus grande première partie du camp d'entraînement. Et c'est vrai que sur la fin du camp d'entraînement, notamment avant de partir, avant de venir ici, on s'était déjà entouré de pas mal de gars en France, notamment le dernier, c'était Aleksandar Romanov, exactly. Et en arrivant ici, forcément, on a ciblé des gars très expérimentés sur le grand game. Donc on a Umar, le champion de One Championship, on a Hamdi qui va combattre samedi également, on a leur coach Ramzi qui est un incroyable lutteur. On a des gars comme Essam également sur le grand game. On a des gars comme Pouya qui sont extrêmement complets maintenant dans le MMA. Donc ouais, on a fait les choses bien. On a créé cette bulle-là depuis en vrai, j'ai créé ma bulle depuis 3 mois. Et on est venu ici depuis 6 semaines pour créer cette bulle et s'acclimater un peu à l'ère d'Abu Dhabi.
Salut Ciryl. Toujours pour RMC Sport. Première question très simple. Je veux savoir comment tu te sens, comment tu vas. Donc la Fight Week est lancée et qu'on sait que voilà, tu es très sollicité et qu'il y a beaucoup d'activations liées à ta position de main event.
Bah oui, toujours ça. Mais comme je dis, je suis habitué à ça. C'est quelque chose... on le vit de mieux en mieux. C'est vrai que les premières fois, c'est quelque chose qui... tu accuses le coup. Bon, maintenant, on est au courant, on le sait. Et psychologiquement, on est beaucoup plus préparé. Donc ça passe beaucoup mieux. Ça
Ça fait un moment que tu es dans la région. Tu vis à l'heure du combat depuis plusieurs semaines, tu es acclimaté à la région. Qu'est-ce qui est différent des autres Fight Week que tu as pu faire? Ton 8e main event, on le disait, tu es habitué. Qu'est-ce qui est différent? Quel est le sentiment tout de suite? quand on prend compte aussi de tous les sacrifices qu'il y a eu.
Bah justement, la plus grosse différence, on va parler de sacrifice déjà par rapport à cette bulle qui a été créée uniquement pour ce jour, uniquement pour samedi. C'est une bulle qui a été créée déjà depuis un petit moment. C'est des promesses qu'on s'est faites avec toute une équipe qui s'est construite au fur et à mesure du temps et qui est devenue tellement solide que c'est une équipe qui fait des réunions hebdomadaires, sans moi d'ailleurs, pour me laisser tranquille, mais qui adapte chaque semaine en fonction de la semaine passée. Tu vois, c'est vraiment, on a essayé de construire quelque chose de vraiment solide et créer cette bulle, c'est quelque chose que j'avais jamais fait. Créer une bulle de 3 mois comme ça, en autarcie. J'ai commencé à Paris et j'ai fini ici. C'était quelque chose d'assez intense.
Et dernière question pour moi, on te sait détacher de beaucoup de choses. C'est peut-être parfois ce qui fait même ta force. Ce sont tes mots, tu es quelqu'un de fondé, ce qui te permet aussi de mieux gérer tout l'aspect du public. C'est quoi ton ressenti aujourd'hui par rapport à tout l'enjeu que ce combat comporte et à toutes les attentes qu'il y a dans ton pays?
Très détaché comme d'habitude, encore plus parce que détaché mais expérimenté sur le focus. Je ne suis pas concentré sur ce que les gens pensent, sur ce que les gens penseront après une victoire ou une défaite. Je suis très concentré sur ce que je veux, ce que j'ai mis en œuvre pour y arriver. Je suis concentré uniquement sur ça, concentré sur ce que je peux contrôler, en fait, au final. C'est le résumé.
Merci Ciryl.
Salut Ciryl. Est-ce que ces sacrifices dont tu parlais, ça a réveillé des choses chez toi? Et est-ce qu'on va peut-être voir le mauvais gamin samedi soir?
Le mauvais gamin, bon, tu sais très bien que je serai toujours un bon gamin, ça bouge pas. J'essaye pas de devenir quelqu'un d'autre. J'ai créé ma carrière et j'ai d'ailleurs gravi les échelons en étant un bon gamin, comme tu peux le dire. Donc aujourd'hui, je cherche pas à être un mauvais gamin. Je pense que c'est une bêtise d'aller chercher quelqu'un que je ne suis pas et de finalement peut-être pas se trouver. Tu comprends ce que je veux dire? Non. Concentrer sur nos forces, concentrer sur ce qu'on sait faire, concentrer sur la stratégie, sur la technique à mener samedi. C'est uniquement sur ça.
Et est-ce que ça a réveillé des choses en toi, toutes ces privations pendant 3 mois?
Ça a réveillé des choses en moi. C'est des choix, comme je le répète, c'est les mots que je mets, c'est des choix de vie. C'est des sacrifices et c'est une intensité qui est différente. Donc oui, forcément, c'est pas quelque chose de palpable pour moi. Je ne saurais pas le sentir ou l'expliquer ou le graduer. Mais une chose est sûre, c'est que ça apporte de la confiance en soi.
Et dernière question, un camp délocalisé, est-ce que tu pourrais le refaire pour tes prochains combats? Est-ce que tu vas adopter ça?
Avec plaisir.
Merci.
Juste ici, Ciryl. Justement, ton adversaire, il est connu pour ne pas passer beaucoup de temps dans la cage, sauf que tu as échangé pendant 25 minutes avec l'homme qui est considéré comme celui qui frappe le plus fort à l'UFC.
Et qui passe le moins de temps dans la cage.
Voilà, enfin, que Tom passe le moins de temps dans la cage, justement. Mais est-ce que ce serait une des clés du combat, justement, la partie cardio et le fait de pouvoir supporter ces 3-4 premières minutes, 1 ou 2 défenses de lutte? Est-ce que ce serait ça la clé du combat, d'emmener Tom un petit peu plus loin dans les rounds?
C'est quelque chose sur lequel on est préparé. De toutes les manières, on me connaît, on le connaît. Il n'y a pas de surprise. C'est quelqu'un qui aime démarrer fort. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle il termine rapidement ses combats, parce qu'il surprend ses adversaires. Moi, je suis plutôt l'inverse, quelqu'un qui prend le temps. Et je le fais plutôt bien. Donc maintenant, on va voir qui va imposer son style. La stratégie, elle n'est pas forcément focus sur ça. La stratégie, elle est surtout faire attention à son départ. Ça, c'est une certitude. Mais si jamais nous aussi, on peut l'amener dans des eaux profondes et accentuer peut-être éventuellement son rythme élevé et peut-être le surprendre là-dedans. Il y a tellement de possibilités.
Et la dernière, si tu peux me répondre en anglais, est-ce que tu pourrais juste me faire un pronostic sur le combat, si tu veux bien te prêter au jeu?
I'm gonna stay humble and I'm gonna stay calm. I'm gonna say a win by decision.
Okay, merci.
Ciryl, down to your right here. A lot of the narrative going into this fight is about the fact that this is your 3rd shot at the undisputed heavyweight title, and a lot of people are deeming this as your last chance saloon to win the title. Are you going into the fight with that mentality, and do you think that mentality makes you more dangerous for Tom Aspinall?
pour être sûr d'avoir bien compris pour pas répondre à côté. Il n'a pas écouté. Mon frère, il est là pour me translate. This is my big brother, you see? He's here for translate, but he listened nothing.
Do you want me to ask it again?
Yes, of course. On this point, I'm agree. I'm agree also on the people underestimate me a little bit, but less and less, and the people started to thinking a little bit. So, but I'm really motivated about this fight. The last chance, no. If I want, I can stay until I'm gonna have maybe 14 years old. You see, if I want. So no. I'm really hungry about this fight. I'm really excited about this fight because of the challenge.
Thank you. I'm sorry, can I have one last question here? Considering that Tom has 100% finish rate and never fought out of the second round, what does it take to beat a fighter like this when you know it's not going to go for decision?
Can you repeat the question?
Considering that Tom has 100% finish rate, he finished all of his fights mostly in the first round, never fought out of the second round. What is the game plan going against a fighter like this when you know it's not going to go for decision, most likely?
Everybody know my strength. Everybody know his strength also. I can do very well to manage my distance and go to the second round. But even that different way. If I want, I can go also really fast at the very first round and maybe to go on the deep water with Tom Aspinall, you see.
So you're ready to take him to deep water for the first time in his career?
Yeah, probably.
Thank you.
Yeah, pleasure. Merci tout le monde. Thank you, everybody.
No, just watching it.
Что, Миша, у тебя форма с собой? Не, вообще-то. А я не боролся с Майей. Боролся начал. Просто сейчас можно сделать.
He said it will affect. He didn't say it's can. I don't know. You said it.
Просто я бы мог с ним договориться. Я говорю, я не боролся с ним.
Rakic, Jandiroba, Volkov, Umar.
I'm actually it's not going to get any views because if you don't do it all the time, all the but I've tried to understand this. Look at this one.
That was never ambiguous. And the tantrum on that, it would be unbelievable. What is it change from? When's you winning again? What day is it? How would you know? Cinema cup off every year I get that from It's still free.
Yeah. Right. Easy to get on because you're on the road back home as well. Something you're not meant to. Twice.
Would like to have on.
If it did 200, it would have done well. I know, tell me about it. It's one of those, can't not really cover it, but can get football when we're forward.
registration slowing things down.
Yeah, it slowed things down, but that was completely unexpected.
No.
It was the realisation of that. But I don't know. Seems to be what they want me to do. What you get out of it.
Just about selling days.
So it's sold as trying to understand what readers want and tailoring it for them. Almost don't know whether that actually has translated itself into that.
Jo. Hallo? Hörst du mich? Ich bin hinten in der Pressekonferenz. Ich bin hinten in der Pressekonferenz. Hallo? Ja, bei diesen Jahres, also wo das Essen ist und so. Wo ist Alex? Ach so, mir wurde gesagt, dass ihr hierher kommt. Ach so, okay. Okay. Okay, bis gleich.
Yeah, he's doing subs. Yeah, he's doing subs. Sending it back to me right now. At the same time. Not before the use others to pick it up. Короче, are you going to open now? No. I will ask you. I want to see work for everyone.
Right, put the sunglasses on.
Hollywood.
That's a bit right. A bit right.
Tom, I'd like to start off with just a clarifying question because it's been coming up a little bit today. The old arm on the shoulder thing, Ciryl wants to know, is it because you're actually trying to figure out their range? Is it because you're being friendly? Is it a romantic thing? What exactly is the arm on the shoulder thing?
I'd say it's around 95% romantic. Yeah.
This fight has always been looked as like the next gen of heavyweight, but now you've been preparing for it and you've been studying Ciryl perhaps more than you ever have before. Do you still agree with that assessment?
I think so, because we both move unlike regular heavyweights. We both have good footwork, judge the distance well. We don't go in just swinging without any thought, you know what I mean? We're both tactical, technical, good movers, big athletic guys. I think it makes for a good matchup.
He was just in here saying that he can manage his distance better than anyone that you fought before, and therefore he will be the one to be able to take you into these deep waters we so often speak about. There's this idea that's being spoken about that you have to finish this fight in 2 minutes to sort of like look as impressive as John and stuff like that. I'm sure you've heard that narrative, but what is your take on it?
Did he actually use the word deep waters?
He did.
Everybody who said the word deep waters gets knocked out in the first minute. Go back and check the media that you've done. So, I'm pretty happy with that. That's good.
Obviously, you famously once said that you refused to get into a dick measuring contest with Sergey Pavlovich. Is that something you think you'd be interested in with Ciryl or no?
I think I'm fighting a losing battle with that one, unfortunately.
There is this thing that's always followed your career where, like, even before you got in the UFC, you couldn't seem to get fights, right? People didn't want to fight you. And then now, even as champion, you have John Jones and Alex trying to fight each other but not fight you. Did you ever think there'd be a moment where you could be in this position and still have guys trying to sort of circumnavigate you and fight other people?
No, there's still guys. There's still guys who want it. Maybe just not the bigger names. You know, those guys have done enough to do whatever they want. So I'm the champion. I fight the number one contender. That's how, in my opinion, that's how champions are supposed to work. He's like, you're the guy, you fight the next guy, prove you're the best, and you rinse and repeat that for as long as possible.
So for the last one from me, obviously as an athlete from Manchester, I'm sure you thought highly of Ricky Hatton. If you have any thoughts you'd like to share with him about him or anything like that, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I think everybody who's around my age group, they grew up on watching Ricky Hatton fights, whether you're a fight fan or not. Like if you're from Manchester, or that kind of area, even just from the UK in general, I think everybody knew and loved Ricky Hatton. Like I only met Ricky Hatton a handful of times. I didn't really know him. Obviously got a lot of mutual friends and stuff. But I think everybody felt like they knew him. And just even the stuff, like as an athlete, it's so touching that he fought in Vegas a few times. And there was like 20,000 Brits went. Not 20,000 Brits had a ticket, but 20,000 Brits wanted to just walk on the same ground as Ricky Hatton did on fight week. And it's a great loss. And I'm sending any condolences to anyone who knew him.
Obviously, your whole goal was to get that belt in front of you when you started your MMA journey. So I guess, how has life been as a champion compared to what you expected it to while you were chasing this belt?
In all honesty, it's been exactly the same. Nothing's changed, really. Still got stuff to do. Still got to go to the gym twice a day. Still got to take my kids to school. Still got to do everything else that everybody else does. So, yeah, nothing's changed.
And, you know, we joked about Ciryl saying, you know, taking you to deep waters, and you say everyone that says that gets knocked out in 2 minutes, but there is a lot of tape on Ciryl, probably more than a lot of the guys that you have fought. So I guess when you watch him, do you think he has the ability to take you there, or is it still like, I'm just so much better than him?
No, I don't think I'm better than anybody. I think that every fight I go into, and I really respect my opponent, especially Ciryl. I think there's this notion with the media and maybe the fans that Cyryl's not very good, which is just complete bullshit. I think that he's really, really good. He's super talented. He's been at the top of division for a number of years, which is not easy to do. He's been an interim champion himself. He's obviously had 2 title shots for the undisputed title as well. So I think the guy's really good. I've took him extremely, extremely seriously. The fact that people expect it to be an easy fight, I don't read into that at all. I think I'm prepared for a really, really hard fight.
In a perfect world, how many times would you have fought since that fight in Manchester?
At least 2 since.
Is the plan still to finish the tattoo on the chest and the torso?
The plan tattoos are never ending. I think we should just avoid that subject. There's a lot of tattoo plans for me, but we'll see.
Hi, Tom. How are you? Right here. In a recent interview, somebody asked you if you compare yourself to John Jones, and you said, I am not John Jones or even close to him, but I'm the best heavyweight walking around right now. Do you think you'll always be compared to John Jones because of the fight and because you were an interim champion and all of a sudden Dana White just announced that no, actually John Jones retired?
I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I want to create my own path and go down that path. I'm not trying to compare myself to anybody else. Look, you got to remember my whole goal in this sport was to do it full time. That was my goal. I've been doing it full time now for a long time. So anything beyond that has been amazing. The fact that I can sit here with the title and be number one in the world and the champion and stuff, like, that's just great. So I don't want to be compared to anybody. I'm my own person, and I want to do my own path in my own career.
You and I met during Fight Island. Abu Dhabi has been really good to you. You're defending your title here again. How do you feel about Abu Dhabi?
I absolutely love Abu Dhabi. It's like a second home to me. I absolutely love it. For me personally, it's very convenient. It's like 6 hours away from the UK, 3 hours time difference. The weather's amazing. The people are amazing. Look, if I could do the rest of my career in Abu Dhabi, I would choose that over anywhere else in the world.
I would love to have you here all the time. Last one for me. Is there an added pressure for you? I don't know if that's a repeat of the question that was asked before. Is there an added pressure for you to keep that average of 2 minutes, 2 seconds finish time in the cage?
I think everybody's seen me go in there and get quick finishes. So me and I've got one of the best heavyweight teams in the world, if not the best heavyweight team, some of the best minds in the game, some of the best training partners in the game. We actually discussed and we've shown what we can do, shown how dangerous I am, and we're going to switch it up this time and we're going to go out there and win a boring split decision.
Good luck, sir.
Thanks.
Tom for RMC Sport France. 8th main event for Ciryl Gane. 5th for you if we do count the UFC 295 against Pavlovich. Do you leverage that at all in terms of experience?
Sorry, just say that again, please.
8th main event for Ciryl Gane.
Yeah.
5th for you if we do count the co-main event in Madison Square Garden.
So is that advantage for me? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you, do you leverage that as the experience on Gane's side? Do you weigh that?
Well, he's got a lot of experience, but I also have a lot of experience myself, so we both know what the pressure's like. The pressure's not easy to deal with. But look, we'll find out on Saturday. I don't know. We'll see.
He just said 3 months out here between Dubai and Abu Dhabi. 3 months, he calls that a bubble. The focus was highly on the ground for him. I tend to think you're lean. Are we going to see a faster, slicker version of Aspinall? My question is, should we summarize your camp as plyometrics going faster and his camp about the ground? Is that pretty much what we should think?
I don't know. I think I look leaner, but I'm actually a fair bit heavier than I was in my last fight. So I don't know. I'm not sure. I've been improving in all areas. In the physical aspect, mental aspect, my game's improved a lot in the time I've had away. So I have no idea.
Okay. Last one. Common opponents. Spivak, Volkov. Is that a common base? Do you compare, contrast?
A little bit, but every fight's different. You never know exactly what's going to happen until you're in there with somebody. So, yeah, we both fought the same guy twice, 3 times apparently, but styles make fights, don't they? Everything's different. You don't know how he's feeling on that night. Sometimes like you go in there and you just don't perform very well. Sometimes you go in there, you perform really well when you don't feel very good. So it just depends on the night, really.
Hello, Tom, for French TV as well. You said earlier that you've been preparing many times for the John fight that actually never happened. Can you remind us how many camps have you done?
They weren't camps as such. It was just like we were given a time frame of when the fight's going to happen, so we just started preparing for that. It was never like, we were never given like a deadline or signed a contract or anything like that. It was just like, he's going to be ready in this time, and we started preparing. So it wasn't like a full camp or anything.
at UFC Paris, we had a few time interview with you, and you told us that you would be really happy if you never go to the second round in your career, if people can still question about your cardio. But yesterday, your father, Andy, he told us he would be really happy that you can go to a decision so people can see that you have cardio. How confident are you that you can demonstrate domination on a 5-round fight?
Yeah, as I just said, we're going for a 5-round split decision, close fight win. Jab, just jabs, like just jabbing your way to win. Crowd will be booing after a couple of minutes and just maintain that slow pace for 5 rounds. That's what we're going for.
Thank you.
Hi, Tom. Welcome to Abu Dhabi, mate. I know you've just mentioned the line that you don't really want to be compared to anyone, but Michael Bisping, who's also here in Abu Dhabi, compare you to Muhammad Ali of the MMA world. Any thoughts on that?
I don't know about that, mate. Where's he pulled that one from? Old Bisping.
He did an interview with us, and yeah, that was one of his first lines.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, that's a massive compliment, but I've still got a bit more work to do, mate, before then.
Can you see the comparisons, though? You do?
No.
No? Okay, all right. You've said previously you want to be an active champion. You don't want to be waiting around for fights. Should you overcome Ciryl Gane, who do you really see left in the heavyweight division? And I know everyone's talking about John Jones, Alex Pereira, but I quite like the sound of Tom Aspinall, Alex Pereira. What about that?
I don't know, whatever the UFC want to do. I think it's pretty obvious that they're going to do the winner versus winner. Me and Gane versus Volkov and Almeida. Sorry. Yeah, not like a tag team match. It sounded like I was doing it like a tag team then. No, the winner of us versus the winner of them. I think it's going to be next for the heavyweight title.
Okay, and a lot of people in the know are predicting a very long run for you as heavyweight champion. What's your ultimate goal? Like, where do you, when you finally call it a day, what do you want to look back on?
As I said a minute ago, the ultimate goal has been done a long time ago, which is to do it full time. I've been doing it full time for a long time now. That was the ultimate goal. Anything on top of that is good. I don't know. As far as being a long reigning heavyweight champion and stuff like that, we'll just see how it goes. I don't know. But I am confident that I'm the best fighter in the division. But it's heavyweight MMA. You never know what's going to happen. Well, there's two things that can happen. You can win or lose. And there's only two of us in there. You never really know. So, look, the heavyweight title's like a hot potato, isn't it? People are just dropping it left and right. It doesn't stay around for too long. Heavyweight MMA is too dangerous. So, we'll see.
Thanks, mate.
Hi, Tom. Yusuf, MMA 101. We saw Ciryl Gane focusing on wrestling in his training camp in Dubai and sparring with high-level wrestlers. And in addition to his striking arsenal and skills, do you think that this will help him in the fight and make it the most difficult fight for you?
Yeah, I think it's got to help him. He needed to improve his grappling, and I'm sure he has. He's a smart guy. He's a good fighter, great athlete, and I'm sure he's a lot better than the last time we seen him wrestle.
Does it cause any sort of pressure on you to know that John Jones will be watching this fight on TV and will be prepared in case you lose to tweet that this is the next guy you said he will beat me? See what I did to Ciryl Gane. See what Ciryl Gane did to Tom Aspinall.
No.
Not at all.
No.
What does it mean to have your father here with you in the fight and in Abu Dhabi? This is my last question.
Yeah, anyone who knows our story knows that my dad got me into MMA. He was there from the beginning. He will be there to the end. And that is our thing. My dad is also a big fan of Abu Dhabi, like me. So we are happy to be here, of course.
Tom. I think it was last year, Tom, down here to your right.
Sorry, mate, yeah.
I think it was last year when I spoke with you and you said that you didn't want to be in this game for too long. You said maybe 4 or 5 years and then rack up a whole load of title defenses and then leave. Given the fact that you've had 14 months out, has that changed your timeline for your career?
That's a great question that I don't know the answer to. I have no idea. So we're just going to see how it goes. We're going to see how it goes. At the moment, I absolutely love doing this sport. Everything's good. I'm winning. My body feels great. Really enjoy my life. Everything's great. How long that'll go on for, that's out of my hands. I don't know.
And given the hiatus, I'm assuming the goal is, well, all things well, that you come out with no injuries, that you just want to rack up as many title defenses as soon as possible.
That's the plan, mate, yeah. Just march forward, keep winning.
Cheers, man.
Hi, Tom. A little bit unusual. Ciryl predict win by decision.
Samesies.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's your prediction? Yours.
Same.
Same.
Yeah, split decision win, but in my favour.
And no worries to go in the second, third round. You have you trained a lot. Like
Oh no! I get 2 minutes in, I get really tired. So it's gonna be just me, not doing much for the next 4.5.
Is this a question? Like, it's a good point to have all these knockouts, but sometimes do you ask yourself, how it will go like further in the fight, in a 5-round fight?
Yeah, I ask myself all the time, but we've not got there yet. I can't give you an answer.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah, Tom, over here. Right. No.
Wait. Oh, sorry.
No, I thought you're good. A controversial split decision robbery? No, I'm kidding. Immediate reaction to.
So he's posting it to our Instagram, so you can post it to X. Что за хуйня? Вопросы не дают задавать. Пидорские вопросы. Блядь, заголовка нет. Вот в прошлый раз, сука, вот если бы я не задал Гану, блядь, вот из чего я, сука, делал? Сейчас еще все остальные, блядь, возьмут этот заголовок другие, потому что у них хуйня, а не вопросы, блядь. Да, не, без российской прессы я не про себя. Если бы ты задал, там бы тоже скандал был, блядь, ты понимаешь.
Let her drink her coffee first. Virna. Over here, other side. I feel like the last few media days you've done, we've been asking you, do you win this fight? Do you fight for the belt next? And you just keep winning. So I guess, how does it feel to be only a few days away from actually getting to fight for the belt after having to deal with us asking you about title fights after your last few fights?
Parece que nas últimas vezes que a gente conversou, toda vez é um papo de, pô, se você ganhar essa, você vai lutar pelo cinturão, né? Ou você ganhou a luta, agora você vai lutar pelo cinturão. E finalmente está acontecendo. Como que é isso para você? Para finalmente você não ter que ouvir a gente ficar perguntando isso para nós.
Então, na verdade é muito bom, né? Sonhar é muito bom, né? Mas realizar é melhor ainda. Então, tá vendo tudo acontecer, está vivendo esse momento. Para mim é de uma realização tremenda e é isso, eu acho que é de uma realização pessoal e profissional enorme. Eu estou muito feliz de estar aqui.
Yeah, to dream of something is great, it's awesome, but to finally get to do it is even better. You know, we've been on this journey for a long, long time, and finally on Saturday, I'm going to be able to finally do it. And that's the thing. It was a long road, but now I'm finally here, and I'm here to take the belt on Saturday.
After your win in Miami, everyone assumed you would be fighting for the belt next, either against Wei Li or for the vacant title. it's obviously the rematch against Mackenzie. Did you think it would be Mackenzie standing across from you when you fought for the belt, or were you hoping it'd be Weili?
Quando acabou a luta em Miami, todo mundo já estava esperando que você lutaria pelo cinturão, né? Agora você tinha alguma ideia de que poderia ser Mackenzie ou você estava esperando que fosse o Weili e isso muda alguma coisa para você?
Então, diante do cenário, né, a Weili ela já tinha sinalizado que queria lutar com a Valentina, então eu imaginei esse cenário, fazendo uma análise, o cenário da Weili subir e, nesse caso, com quem eu lutaria. E sim, eu imaginava que poderia ser a Mackenzie ou a Tatiana, né? Mas a Tatiana tinha acabado de vir de uma disputa de cinturão, então o mais provável é que fosse a Mackenzie, né?
Yeah, after the fight, you know, I was really expecting to get the title fight, and at that point, I think that Weili had already kind of signed towards the Valentina fight, so we had to wait a little and see what would play out. But I was imagining that if it wasn't Weili, it would be either Tatiana or Mackenzie. But Tatiana was coming from the loss, so it was most likely going to be Mackenzie.
Deixa eu terminar. Ele perguntou se fazia alguma diferença, né? E para mim não faz diferença, pensando em pessoas, né, para fazer isso, mas em chegar no topo da categoria e me tornar uma campeã.
And honestly, it doesn't really change much for me because since I stepped...
Punches right. She broke her nose in the fight. It was kind of a war between two grapplers that kept the fight standing the whole time. So I'm curious, have you rewatched it, and what do you make of that first fight?
Perguntando se você reassistiu a luta recentemente ou se você já...
Assisti a luta em algumas ocasiões e eu tive muito tempo, né, para viver, sentir, né, aquela derrota e aprender com ela e para elaborá-la. Então, não mais vi aquela luta, não mais vejo aquela luta, né, porque, de fato, eu sou uma outra Virna hoje, né, já passei por várias experiências depois da luta contra a Mackenzie, né, são 5 anos depois. Então, o que eu trouxe da primeira luta com a Mackenzie foi o tanto de aprendizado, né, que eu tive ali com aquela derrota.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I've watched it recently, but I have watched it quite a bit back in the day. But I think that the loss was very important, and more important than the fight itself is what I learned from it. I believe that now I'm a completely different person and a completely different fighter than I was back then. That is water under the bridge, and it doesn't really make much, like, it doesn't reflect much of what you're going to see on Saturday. So still, the big thing about that fight was just how much I've grown for it because of it and how much I learned from it.
If you win, you could become the 3rd Invicta champion to also be a UFC champion next to Cyborg and Carla Esparza. I'm curious, did you know that? And what do you make of possibly adding your name next to legends like that?
Se você conseguir o cinturão no sábado, você se torna a 3ª campeã do Invicta a ter o cinturão do UFC, né, junto com Carla Esparza e Cris Cyborg. O que você acha disso, né, de estar entrando nesse panteão das duas campeãs nos 2 eventos?
Ai, cara, é maravilhoso, é um cenário incrível. Eu não tinha pensado sobre isso, mas é o melhor cenário possível, né? Isso me deixa muito feliz, né? Nós já estamos aqui fazendo história e fazer mais, né? Construir mais essa história aí, para mim, vai ser maravilhoso.
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't really thought about that, but it is an amazing fact, and to be joining the same group as Cyborg and Carla would be fantastic. I think we're all building for something really great, and this would be just another tile in the whole build that we're doing.
Last one for me. I'm sure you saw, but the scenes in Rio when Charles won were pretty fantastic, and then obviously Poatan did his thing in Vegas. There seems to be this talk, especially from Charles, that he wants a stadium fight in Brazil, and you could become a champion. Jailton could be 1 win away. I guess, do you think now's the time to put on a big stadium fight in Brazil, considering how well Brazilians have been performing lately?
Você deve ter assistido a última luta de Poatan, a última luta de Charles, e viu, né, como o público abraçou eles. Você acha que talvez agora, né, com você lutando pelo cinturão e saindo daqui campeã e malhadinho, a uma luta de repente disputar o cinturão, pode ser a hora de fazer um evento num estádio de novo lá no Brasil?
Ah, sim, definitivamente. Eu acho que nós estamos em um ótimo momento, né? Como você citou aí, com o Poatan, com o Charles, né? E comigo e com o Malhadinho, eu acho, pô, imagina aí. 4 campeões, né? O Charles agora ele está sem um cinturão, mas definitivamente é um campeão. Com certeza, eu acho que o Brasil está em um bom momento, né? Nós estamos muito bem, estamos com nossa autoestima, né? Muito, eu diria, muito consistente agora nesse momento. Eu acho que isso nos traz, é um bom momento, né? Para nos trazer autoestima, para nos trazer, enfim, alegrias.
Yeah, I watched the fights, and like we're living a very special moment for Brazilian MMA. You know, it's been a little while since we've had so much happiness coming from MMA, and it could be a great moment. You know, who knows? Maybe we're close to coming to a point where we can have multiple champions competing on the same card. Maybe that's what it takes to do the stadium show. But in any case, I think it's a great moment for the Brazilian fans, for the Brazilian fighters, because you know it's something that helps with our own self-esteem that has been a little lower as of lately, but overall, doesn't matter about where the events take place, but our people are in a great time.
Thank you.
Did you just call me?
Have a good day.
Umar, over here. I think after Mario won his last fight in Newark, this was a fight that people thought would be next for him, considering you were coming off a title fight and he's on this 9-fight win streak. So after his win in Newark over Patchy Mix, did you think Mario would be your next opponent?
Yes, when I just saw how he win, and I just saw he win that fight. Habib texted me or I text him. I think this guy gonna be next for me.
What did you make of his fight against Patchy? Because the Aldo fight was very wrestling heavy. The Patchy fight was all standing. So what did you make of his two performances?
What I can say, Jose Aldo, long time not on his prime, right? He's old man and he's a legend. And Patchy Mix was not like always. I don't know what's wrong with him, but Mario Bautista was much better than both. With Jose Aldo was close fight.
Yeah,
right?
a lot of people thought Jose
yes,
won.
Yes, it was close. But with Patchy Mix, he showed a very good fight. Even with other guys too, he's good striker. You know, he's a good striker, and he all the time moving. And what I can say, he's talented.
Then after your last fight in January, how long did it take for you to feel fully healthy to get back in camp?
Since summer, I'm in camp.
Were you hoping to fight in the Abu Dhabi card? Because obviously there were rumors that you would be in Vancouver and it would be a 5-round fight.
For me, it's of course better if I preparing here in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, you know, because everybody can come, can help, and a lot of my friends can come to support me, and better for me here. But it was not big difference, you know. and I can fight anyway.
A lot of people are still saying you're the only one that can beat Merab. Even all the interviews Merab does, they're asking about you. So I guess is a win here, does it make sense that you get that rematch considering everyone seems to be talking about it?
Of course, if we both gonna win, it's a very interesting fight for all fans and for UFC. But you know, I don't want to wait too long. You know, I want to be active, and we'll see what UFC gonna ask. We'll see after this fight. You know, if it's gonna be possible, I'm gonna fight in January or February. You know.
Umar, salam. I wanted to ask you about Merab. It seems like every time someone asks him about you, he gets a little bit angry. He talks about how you have to win 2-3 fights in a row. Why do you think that is, that every time your name is brought up, it kind of gets him pretty riled up?
If you will ask to him, I think he will to say he have to fight 10 times, you know, until he will retire it. And what I can tell, it's just his mind, you know, his opinion, and he can say whatever he want, but reality is gonna be different.
Do you think it has something to do with the fact that you gave him his toughest fight in terms of his championship run? Do you think it has something to do with that, or why do you think? Is there anything behind the scenes that people don't know? Like, why is it that he seems to have so much anger when it comes to you?
Because of he know, everybody know why he talking like this. Because of he know what's gonna happen in fight next, you know, and he know it was like very close, and you know, it's funny for everyone, not just for me. Everybody can see it.
I asked your coach, Javier Mendez, what the biggest mistake you made in the fight against Merab, and he said that you didn't tell them that you broke your hand. In your opinion, what do you feel like is the biggest mistake you made?
I didn't tell them because I don't want to give them bad energy, you know, like as a coach, you know, like corners, and they will gonna see like, I know this, how happened. Okay, I was corner right a lot of time, and my fighter, like who I corner, my close friend or my brother, he told me he broke hand, and you know, it's gonna like push me, like, you know, bad energy give it to me. And I knew Habib gonna tell me, and what else? We have to go like to fight. You can do anything, fight until they broke all arm, you know. And I knew it, and I keep it. Even if I didn't tell him, I tried to do everything what I can to take victory.
And what did you think of Merab's fight against Corey Sandhagen? He showed off like new improvements in his striking. Were you impressed with his performance?
You know, when you attack all the time legs, you try to take down, it's very hard to fight with you on the strike. You know, I know it, like, because I do this a lot. You have to always be focused, and that's why I'm not surprised, you know. Even about the results, I'm not surprised. He don't show anything new. He didn't control him on the ground. He didn't try to do some submission or choke, and he even didn't take him down and hold and punch him, you know. Take down, get up, take down. It's good. He can do whatever he wants, like victory, it's victory, you know, but I was not surprising.
One last one for me. How do you see the rematch between Merab and Jan going? Do you give Jan a chance to avenge that loss?
Yes, of course. Everyone has a chance, and I think Petr is a tough fighters in our division, and it depends on how he will be ready, how Merab will recover, you know. Fourth fight in the 1 year, it's not easy for body, you know. My prediction, it's if it's not gonna be some TKO or something like that, Merab gonna win, because he's gonna do same game how he did with O'Malley, with Sandhagen, you know.
Thank you.
Umar, Thomas, RMC Sport French TV. Following up on my colleague about Merab. Out of 10 fights against Merab Dvalishvili, how many did you win? 7, 8, 9? Out of 10 fights.
Если продолжить ее вопрос, из 10 боев твой бой против Мераба. Из 10 боев сколько раз ты выиграешь или сколько раз проиграешь?
I want to, he said he want to fight until he will become 50 or something like that. I want to beat him until we become 50.
I like that. I'm kind of out of the journalist position. My position. I think you have the most mismatched fight. I know you're humble. I know you have to stay like that culturally wise. How do you not overlook Mauricio Bautista, because I think you're much, much better?
I don't think I'm much better than him in striking. I think we have like almost same level. He's very good on striking. His movement, he do smart game. He work for scores. He don't spend a lot of energy in strike. He didn't try to punch hard. I don't know why he said he wanna finish me in the first round. I don't see anybody who he finished even last 8 fights. And I think my wrestling skills and my grappling skills better. This is sure. But striking, he's good.
Hi, Umar. Yusuf here. Do you think that Merab just hurried up in accepting a fight against Jan just to avoid a fight against you?
I don't know. It's his business. He can do whatever he wants. And, it's hard to sometimes to talk about what you want, how I can talk, why he did this, And we're going to see that after his fights, my fights, and if he will try to avoid, try to talk, he going to fight April and March, then it's going to be like that. Even if he will try to avoid, I don't want to wait. How I said, I want to be active, I want to fight, and I hope I will fight.
Will Islam be cornering you in this fight?
No, Islam already live. Islam in New York, New Jersey, that area, and preparing for his fight.
Last question. Some people said that your loss against Merab is because you listened to Khabib, not to Javier Mendez, when he asked you to. Javier Mendez asked you to keep distance and strike, while Khabib told you to do more takedowns and wrestling, which exhausted your energy.
No, it's not happened because of I didn't listen or I listened somebody, one of them. It's there's a lot of factors. And one of them, I think I broke hand and I can't, I didn't change the plan, And other one, I have to work with wrestling skills. I have to be more focused, more disciplined, and work with myself. It's not about my coaches.
All the best, Umar.
Thank you.
No mic. Is it? Hi. Does the fact that you're coming off your first career loss have any effect on your mindset coming into this fight?
No, of course. Of course, no. And lost and lost. Not. It's something what can't happen, not happen, right? And if I will give up and I will tell I'm retired, then it's gonna be something like how is like, как сказать, которая сломала меня или там значимое что-то.
Broke me or changed me in any way.
Yes. Nothing changed. Same Umar, with the same dream. We'll train hard to become a champion.
В одном из интервью Хабиб говорил о том, что каждому спортсмену после поражения свой подход и так далее, свои слова. А вот вспомнишь ли ты, какие слова тебе Хабиб говорил после поражения? Какой подход у него к тебе? Потому что он отметил очень близкую связь с тобой.
Сказал, что мы обязательно вернемся.
Habib is quoted to say that to every fighter after their loss, there's a specific approach, there's specific things you have to say to him. What were the words that he said to you after your first loss? And the answer is, he said that we'll definitely be back.
Марк, ты сказал, что ты хочешь быть активным в качестве чемпиона, в качестве бойца. Вот в этом году Мераб 4-й бой уже проведет против Петра Яна. Насколько в случае завоевания пояса вот такую высокую плашку, которую там предыдущий чемпион задал, вот ее ты планируешь поддерживать?
You said that you would like to be active, and Merab at this point is defending his belt for the 4th time against Peter Yan this year. If you were to win the belt, how often do you want to try and defend it? Do you want to keep up this type of pace of defending at least 4 times a year?
Всегда есть много факторов, от которых ты отталкиваешься, чтобы подраться, чтобы подготовиться к какому-то бою. Если ты не травмирован, у тебя со здоровьем все хорошо, то 3 боя спокойно можно делать.
There's always factors that affect that to see, if you're prepared, if you're not injured. If everything goes well after the defense, you can always defend at least 3 times. 3 fights a year is perfectly normal.
Марк, последний вопрос. Ты сказал, что the same Umar with the same dream. Ну вот, наверное, мечта не просто стать чемпионом UFC, но и как-то там в историю войти. Вот как ты думаешь, это какое количество защит нужно провести, сколько поединков после завоевания титула чемпиона, чтобы вписать себя в историю? И вот этот dream, он из чего вообще состоит, который ты сказал?
You said the same Umar. You just said the same Umar, the same dream to become a champion. So besides just that, writing yourself into the history, how many times do you think you have to defend a belt as a champion in order to write your name, etch your name to the history forever?
Наверное, чтобы войти в историю в саму спорта ММА, будет достаточно просто сперва стать чемпионом, забрать пояс, потому что это уже будет эпично, когда 2 братьев стали чемпионами. Потом у нас еще и Усман есть, который хочет завоевать все пояса мира. Поэтому я думаю, просто стать даже чемпионом будет хорошо и похвально. Но, конечно, я хочу оставить какой-то след, но сейчас далеко до этого. Хочу сперва стать чемпионом, а дальше уже поговорим.
I think to etch your name into history, the first thing that's most important is just to become a champion in the first place. Then it's going to be, 2 brothers that are going to be champions already. And then we also have a 3rd brother, Usman, who's trying to win all the belts already. So I think that the most important part in order for your name to stay in history is to become a champion, and then we'll see what happens.
Умар, приветствую. Вот если представить, что Петр Ян в декабре победит Мераба Давелишвили, и затем ты будешь с Петром биться за пояс, будет ли у тебя желание у UFC попросить, чтобы этот бой провели там в России, в Москве или еще в другом городе?
Let's assume that Peter Yan beats Umar in December, and then there's a possibility that the 2 of you are going to have to fight for the belt. If that is the case, would you be willing to ask the UFC to potentially have that fight somewhere in Russia or close to Russia?
Как я знаю, первый бой они тяжело будет туда перевести, но титульный бой они навряд ли в России проведут. В Абу-Даби было бы, конечно, интересно подраться, потому что могли бы все приехать, поддержать. Относительно, где именно они это проведут, ты знаешь, как-то, даже если боец попросит, это всегда дело руководства. И я думаю, что мало что будет значить какая-то просьба, и не вижу это возможным.
I think it would be tough to move such a title fight to Russia, especially now. Likely they might do it in Abu Dhabi, I think, then everybody could attend, a lot of people could come, a lot of people can support. But I think it doesn't matter whether or not there's a request to do that. The request from any fighter is not going to really make a difference. I think the organization is at the end the ones who decide where the fight's going to happen.
Через месяц твой бывший соперник Бекзат Алмахан подерется с Александром Топури, старшим братом и тренером Илии. Вот видишь ли ты в Александре что-то такое, что сможет в будущем ему позволить претендовать на пояс в твоем весе?
Your former opponent Bexat Almahan is going to be fighting Ilia Topuri's older brother Alexander. He's also Ilia's coach. Do you see anything specific in Alexander that potentially will have him fighting for the belt later on in your weight category?
Я думаю, у любого отца есть шанс биться за пояс. Главное выигрывать свои бои и продолжать биться.
I think any fighter has a chance to fight for the belt. I think the most important thing is to continue to win and continue to fight actively, and there's a way to fight for the belt.
Илья Топурия недавно в очередной раз жестко высказался в адрес ислама. Вот интересно, слышал ли ты, задели ли тебя его слова о том, что если ислам проиграет, то там ему нужно на ферму отправляться, и, может быть, UFC следует охрану, количество охраны на турнире в Катаре увеличить, чтобы не было никаких стычек?
Ilia Topuria was quoted to once again harshly speak about Islam, something about him having to go back to the farm if he loses. Do you think that the UFC should up the security on the Qatar fight in order to make sure that everything is okay there?
Знаешь, как сказал однажды Мэнни Пакьяо, любой человек, который, особенно любой спортсмен, который будет себя вести возвышенно, понимаешь, там, вот, с этой горделивостью, мол, ты вот обязательно будет унижен. Есть такие у него слова прекрасные. Я не знаю, можно что угодно говорить. Можно говорить, можно также сказать, что Илью Топурию отправим в магазин одежды, заново ее продавать, там, или еще что-то. Но это не подобает. Этого не хочется делать, не хочется вот этот. У ислама и так есть ферма, и так у него есть на ферме овцы, и без этого он занимается, без советов, или тоже он занимается фермерским хозяйством.
You know, there's Manny Pacquiao once was said that any fighter that talks down will eventually be the one who be brought down in a ring. So I think that those words mean something, and you know, there's other things that we could say. We can kind of match him on the same energy. We can say that, you know, if he loses, he can go back to a store and start selling clothes again or whatever he does. And you know, with or without being a champion, Islam has a farm and he's got the sheep that he herds there. He does the farmer stuff there, so it doesn't have to do anything with the fighting. It's something separate that he does. So you can get to that level or on that level and be like them, but there's no reason for that. That's not something that we bring ourselves down to.
Умар, приветствую. Справа от тебя, здесь. Умар, приветствую. Ты рассказал о том, что тебе сказал Хабиб после поражения от Мираба, но нельзя сказать, что там, это было тяжелое поражение для тебя. При этом совсем недавно Магомедов, твой спарринг-партнер, очень тяжело проиграл. Расскажи, что ты ему сказал после этого и насколько тоже тяжело воспринял это.
You said that Habib told you after your first defeat, your defeat to Merab, he said that we'll be back for sure. There's also your sparring partner, Nurmagomedov, who had a much harder loss than you did to Merab. What words did you say to him after that harsh loss?
Конечно, поддержал словами и сказал, что у его оппонента был единственный шанс выиграть его именно вот таким образом и запустить их драться еще 10 раз. Из 10 раз Мухаммад, Тигр выиграл бы его, я думаю. Просто вот именно тот самый случай, когда из миллиона один.
You know, I just said some words of support, and I made sure that he understands that. You know, I told him that his opponent had the one chance to win, this one lucky shot that he had, and he found it. But you know, if you get him into the cage 10 times, 10 out of 10 times, Tiger is going to win. It just happened that he got caught with that lucky punch.
И от меня еще последний вопрос. У тебя есть еще одна социальная сеть, Telegram. Ты его ведешь очень редко, но такое чувство, что там достаточно личные для тебя какие-то и важные вещи. Совсем недавно ты выложил пост о бывшем президенте Уругвая, который рассказывает, что нужно довольствоваться малым. И вот мне кажется, что его слова немножко не бьются с карьерой бойца, который, наоборот, должен там все свои силы вкладывать в то, чтобы как раз забрать пояс. Ты рассказал о своей мечте. Можешь немножко объяснить, почему вот выложил его цитату?
You also have a Telegram channel that is, you're pretty quiet on it. You don't post on it too much, but when you do, it's something very important. We saw a post on that recently about the Uruguay president who at one point said that a man should stay humble and be good with whatever he has. And I feel like it should be something different for a fighter. A fighter should talk about how he puts all of his energy and all of his quest is to always to get the title. So tell us why specifically you decided to share that stuff.
Ну, знаешь, даже книгу читает человек, он по-своему ее понимает, другой может ее прочитать, по-своему понять. Для меня в этих словах, наверное, чуть больше так смысла, чтобы человек не зарабатывал, не гнался за ней путями запретными, чтобы ты не обманывал, не кидал людей, не крал, не забирал. А люди все разные, ведь кто-то амбициозен, кто-то нет, кому-то достаточно, кто-то хочет оставить какое-то наследие, там, наследство детям и так далее. Ну, я-то отталкиваюсь не от его слов в своей жизни. В своей жизни я отталкиваюсь от слов посланника Аллаха, потом от того, что пришло в религии. И в моей религии нет ничего плохого в богатстве. Главное, чтобы она была в руках, но не в сердце.
You know, everybody who's going to read a book is going to read it differently, and they're going to get their own sense out of it. So when I read those words, I understand stuff like you should stay humble, you should not steal, you should be okay with what you have. You know, you should get stuff for your family, get stuff for your children. So, but it's not his words specifically that I live by. I live obviously by the words of the Almighty. I live by the words of my religion, and in that religion, it doesn't say anything bad about. You know, the riches. It's just the point of how you got the riches, and riches should be in your hands, not in your soul.
Удачи в субботу. Умар, привет. Вопрос не про Мираба, извини. В случае, если бой с Баутистой пройдет хорошо в плане здоровья, планируешь ли ты сразу же вылететь из Абу-Даби в Джерси и присоединиться к кемпу Ислама?
The question is not about Mirab, but the question is, if your fight goes really well against Mario Bautista, are you going to jump on a plane right away and go straight to Jersey or to New York and join Islam's camp for his preparation for the fight?
Yes, of course. After this fight, the plan to join his team.
Да, конечно же, после этого боя обязательно план вылететь туда и присоединиться к его команде.
К нашей команде, скажем так.
К нашей команде.
Умар, Хабиб однажды сказал, когда его спросили о давлении фанатов, которые постоянно хотят сфотографироваться с бойцом, внимании прессы, он сказал, а ведь достаточно просто проиграть следующий бой, и они уже к тебе не подойдут. А ты как почувствовал? Фанаты какие-то от тебя отвернулись, или они как поддерживали тебя, так и поддерживают?
Честно сказать, разницы большой не почувствовал.
Habib was once asked about the pressure that the fighter gets when all the fans want to try and get a piece of you, try to take a photo with you, try to talk to you. And all he said was that the best way to get rid of that is just lose your next fight. So did you feel like after your last loss, a lot of fans turned away from you and maybe you're not as popular or as requested at this point? And the answer is no, did not feel anything different.
Спасибо.
Thank you so much. Спасибо всем большое.
So we better always treat it like that. I mean, it's not a big deal, but like we're more wrong with this whole
Yeah, I'll be here in the morning and the evening. Do give his day. See you later.
Я тоже подумал, что это смешная история, типа, как Хабиб говорил, я не помню, он тебя это говорил, или типа кто-то ему там отец сказал, или Хавьер. По-моему, вообще Хавьер Мендес ему сказал, ну не хочешь, чтобы ты приходил, просто проиграть следующий бой. Да, и вот, типа, интересно, проиграл, типа, что-то. Мендес, да, по-моему, сказал. Он, типа, когда в Икее постоянно приходит, он говорит, типа, что ты сюда не пускаешь? Ну, проиграй бой, не будет. Ракич уже не был еще, да? Не, он где-то в коридоре был. Сегодня все опаздывают, и расписание сломалось вообще. Обычно они плюс-минус подходят по времени. Один раз он Макаев аккредитовал к себе, ну, как оператора. Типа, знаешь, ну, бойцы же могут своего оператора иметь, а он, типа, снимал не только Макаева, он, типа, снимал все. Но это только одна часть истории. Вторая часть истории, что он был в команде Дэна Харди. И когда Харди уволили, то его тоже как будто бы. Ну да. Да, да. Ильястер.
No commitment.
И Rakic. Нахуячится. В Омске так казахи говорят, во всяком случае. Да, да,
How many boots have we got? Rakic, Volkov, and Jailton.
Новости оставлю просто. Ставь, хуя.
Oh, did I say that to you by mistake?
No, I think they sent it in this mass email. Because meant to send something like they need to do. They sent that in.
But they sent me. People are going to.
Hey guys.
Alexander, over here. It's obviously been, I think, almost a year since we last saw you, so I guess, you know, how's life been since then? I heard you have kind of re-changed your team a bit, so I guess how's life both in camp and then outside of camp since your last fight?
Yeah, 1 year ago I fought the same city here, Nurmagomedov live. I lost, and after that, it was a rough year for me, hard, by the way. After the fight, I made some changes. The first time, basically, in my career to change teams. And starting with the new team, with my head coach, Nemanja Milosevic from Serbia, February this year. And I'm living in Vienna, Austria, but my roots are from Serbia, and I'm Serbian. So I've been from February till the fight day now, more often in Serbia than in Austria, so leaving the family, leaving the kids. So just to improve and to change things, and I really can say that I change as a person, as a fighter. Also the how I see MMA as a sport, he changed. My coach changed it, and the style, how he trains, and it was a really hard one for me, but here we are. I really can't wait to perform on Saturday, and life outside MMA and sports has been great. I have 2 healthy, beautiful kids, a wife, and I just say God bless me with that.
What was the reasoning for the change in camp, and do you wish you had made this change maybe earlier in your career?
Yeah, it could be earlier, but you know, I'm a very loyal person, and I achieved with my old team what I achieved. We were 2021 ranked number 2 in the rankings. This was the best ranking. Then I got injured, and something like that happened. But you know, in that after that Ankalaev fight, I rewatched the fight. I talked to them, and yeah, I just needed to be selfish in that moment and to see where I'm at. And this was my 3rd loss in a row against a former champion. By the way, you know, I lost to that guy, but just want to mention it that none of those guys are like beating me up or finishing. I mean, Yuri, yes, but before the fight. But I just want to say I always put a great output against tough opponents, former champions, and yeah, that makes me very proud and gives me the confidence that I know I can be the best. So yeah, after the fight, I talk to them. I say, hey, I need to move I need to change something. I need to move on. And yeah, in my mind was only one name. That's Nemanja Milosevic, a good friend of mine. I know him for 15 years. He was a pro MMA fighter before. He was in the Serbian Special Forces, and the last 8 years he's a coach. And through him, I saw how he treat his guys and how the success what he has as a coach. So it was only a matter of time when we're gonna work together.
Well, you mentioned it, and I was going to ask, you know, when fans see these 3 losses in a row, do you, like you mentioned, it's 3 former champions, 3 of the best fighters ever, so on paper it looks bad, but compared to your performances, and you even got hurt in one of them, it's not as bad as it probably looks, right?
I mean, everybody wants a victory, and I want it as well, and yeah, it is what it is. I fought only the best, and former champions, so I don't have an easy way, and I don't want to have an easy way, and that's the reason UFC is the best in the world, because they have the best fighters. And you know, when I'm getting old, like maybe 60, 70, 80, I can say to my children, grandchildren, that I fought the best of the best in my time, and yeah, that's it.
What did you think of when they approached you with Azamat's name? You know, he's undefeated on this tear of knockouts. You used to be that guy in the UFC on this run with all the finishes. So what do you think he's thinking approaching this fight? Because you were in this same position at one point in your career.
Yeah, I was in the same position. Now I'm the veteran. I'm the guy who has more fights than him in the UFC. I mean, I was in a position where I couldn't pick any opponent or can't choose any opponent, so I took what the UFC offered me, and that case was Azamat. And yeah, he is 15-0, 5-0 in the UFC, a dangerous guy, top 10, a good challenge for me, and I really can't wait to test myself against his style, because I believe in myself, and I really, I said it this week earlier, I really can't wait not to finish the fight, to start the fight, just to having some fun in there, because I know how much effort I put in that camp, you know, especially the last 8 weeks was really hard for me, really. Like, yeah, I just want to, don't want to talk about so much, I just want to show you on Saturday that my improvements.
And just last one for me. You have fought every style of fighter in there pretty much. So does Azamat present anything that you've seen that impresses you, or stuff that you know you hadn't seen in the UFC yet?
I mean, he's a striker. We all know that. I mean, I know that. I study him. But of course, I think he comes from the region where wrestling is sports number 1. So I don't think that he can't wrestle or grapple. For sure, he will be ready for that. So, but his background is striking, and my thoughts are that he will strike against me. So my background is also striking. I mean, I think, but I grapple and wrestle for the last 15 years, and yeah, we will see where the fight goes. I will have the answers of his action, of his my reaction of his actions. So we will see where the fight goes. But I think he's undefeated for a reason, and we will test that on Saturday. I would be the first guy to put the O away, and would be a great start to get a title fight in the future.
Aleksandar, right here. So the question is about the height difference and the reach difference. Have you ever thought someone with this big difference?
Yes, I mean, I fought Devin Clark. I mean, Azamat fought him as well, 2018. I think they're same height. And it's of course, they are dangerous. And I know Azamat is, he has only like opponents that are taller than him. So he get used to that. For me, you know, fighting a shorter guy, like such a shorter guy, was something maybe new, but you know, and he's a southpaw. And when I got the name Azamat Murzakanov as an opponent, I talked to my coach, and he already had like 3-4 names as sparring partner. And I was thinking that that I will have a harder time to find the right sparring partners who can imitate Azamat, who are lefties, who are like 180 centimeter and about 103, 4, 5 kilos. So, but no, it went like pretty good, and I had really good sparring partners to imitate Azamat. And yeah, we'll see on Saturday if everything goes according to plan what we trained for.
So it was probably harder for him to find the taller sparring partners than for you to find shorter ones.
I don't know. That's up to his team.
All right, thank you.
January's, yeah. Who did I say? Oh, I said that to Leon, yeah. Now you have
We both know that I'm stronger, bro. You're old and slow, relax.
Yeah. And take it straight to stage. Oh.
I didn't. There is this Russian guy fighting what
Yeah, they emailed again saying, yeah.
Кто на слэп идет? Идет на слэп? Надо аккредитоваться, потому что там данные исходит на присутствие. Потому что спрашивают. Не приходит? Просто частично приходил. Короче, руководитель фронт, кажется. Надо узнать. Если придет, тогда есть смысл, если нет.
Hello, everyone.
Alexander, over here. It's obviously been a while since we got to see you compete in the octagon, and the last time we did see you compete, everyone, including Dana White, thought you had beaten Ciryl Gane. So I guess how's life been since then, and how long did it take to kind of move past that fight with Ciryl that, like I said, everyone thought you had won?
I got it really fast. I have no worries about this, so just sometimes it happens in UFC, like in octagon, so I have of course I was a little bit like upset first day or two, but then I got it, and better than thinking about somebody bad, I just work on my own skills. I just try to figure out something what I can do better in my game, and just start training again. I just got it really easy, no problem.
Everyone saw that immediately after the fight. They saw that video of Dana talking to you and saying, we'll make it right with you. And a lot of people thought maybe you would be fighting Tom in Abu Dhabi. Was there any talks of you getting the title shot, or did they even approach you with that?
As I know, not really. They confused the fight with Tom and Gane first, then with me. So yeah, we just start speaking about my next opponent, Almeida, really soon after my last fight. So no, we didn't speak about fighting with Tom after John Jones retired.
Speaking of that, how annoying was the last 12 months as a heavyweight, considering John Jones was kind of in limbo, Tom hadn't fought yet, and all these other heavyweights were kind of waiting to see what would happen? Was that an annoying time waiting to see what would happen with the title?
I was okay with this, it was like time of my own period. I get a rest of the training, so for a few months, so I was good. I don't try, to annoy with some kind of things like this. I can just do whatever I can do. I'm not worried about something I can change. This was wasn't in my will to put John Jones fighting or not. Is just can do just UFC or somebody else to fire him or just waiting him. So I wasn't care about it. I just did what I should do. That's it.
What do you make of Jailton as an opponent?
Как ты рассматриваешь своего соперника Jailton?
He's a good opponent with a good wrestling, jiu-jitsu skills. You know this, right? So it's not a secret. Just I see him exactly the same like everybody see. He didn't show anything else in the fights, so I doesn't expect any more than he showed before.
Tom was in here, and we asked him what he sees after Ciryl, and he said he thinks the winner of his fight versus Ciryl will fight the winner of your fight against Jailton. Is that what you assume is the next two?
Yep, it looks right. So yeah, I think so.
And the last one for me, fans saw that video of you in the mosh pit. What is the experience like being surrounded by people that are normal sized, and then you're a UFC heavyweight in a mosh pit?
I am normal size. So I identify myself like a normal size person. So I have no worries with it. Yeah, and there was some big guys as well. So and I was very careful. I promise you, I was like very careful with them. I just did it for fun. It was really nice to put my emotions out. Just spend good time, nothing else.
Александр здесь. Продолжая тему про Slaughter to Prevail, уже много вопросов на эту тему задавали. А вот ты слушал раньше тяжелую музыку до знакомства с Алексом? И если да, то каких исполнителей, групп российских и иностранных ты слушал такого плана?
Continuing the topic of Slaughter to Prevail, the band that they saw you in the mosh pit for, have you listened to other heavy metal bands, and specifically maybe Russian heavy metal bands? If so, which bands?
Да, я слушал очень много тяжелой музыки в старших классах школы. Slipknot были на первом месте, там Slipknot, Rammstein, ария, ну, не такая тяжелая, но тоже мне нравилась всегда. Ну, Король и Шут, и все стандартные наши рок-группы. И, конечно, много слушал такого. Ну, самое тяжелое, что мне нравилось, это, наверное, Slipknot в то время. Ну, и до сих пор одна из моих любимых групп.
Yes, of course. I always listen to heavy metal music. Maybe Slipknot probably was on the top band that I listened to. Also Rammstein, also Russian band called Aria, and then the other standard rock bands that we all listen to. But probably Rammstein still my favorite band.
Slipknot.
Slipknot, sorry.
И продолжая эту тему, есть ли вариант, что ты выйдешь под какой-то трек Slaughter to Prevail на бой?
Is there a possibility that you'll come out to one of the tracks from Slaughter to Prevail to a fight?
Возможно.
Possible.
Будем ждать. И еще вопрос относительно боя здесь. Обсуждался ли вариант того, что ты или твой соперник будут запасными на титульный бой в случае, если кто-то слетит? Понятно, что в тяжелом весе это не так часто случается, как в других весах, где люди гоняют вес. Но все же обсуждался ли такой вопрос? И как бы ты, подготавливаясь к этому бою, думал ли ты о том, что, возможно, будет бой со Аспиналом?
Speaking about the fight here in Abu Dhabi, was there ever a conversation that potentially if one of the main event guys falls off, that you would be a substitute or you would be a backup for the title fight? I understand it doesn't usually happen like that in the heavyweight division, but just in case, were you preparing for your fight thinking that there's a potential that you might be the backup for the title fight?
Насколько мне известно, такие разговоры были, и действительно, вроде как я нахожусь на подстраховке этого боя, но интуитивно ощущение, что все бои состоятся по расписанию, как и должны быть, поэтому готовлюсь к своему бою непосредственно к своему сопернику.
Yeah, I think there was a conversation like that before. I was preparing, thinking that there might be a possibility that I would be backing up the title fight. However, as it seems right now, as it stands, all the fights are going to be as scheduled. So for now, I'm just preparing for my opponent.
Понятно, что каждый раз нужна победа, каждый раз каждый хочет получить финиш. Но насколько сейчас прям важно это, потому что ты уже в одном шаге, и ты еще выступаешь в ивенте, который возглавляет чемпион. И, то есть качественно завершить его, сказать там в микрофон после боя, что ты хочешь этот бой, насколько вот сейчас это сидит в голове, или такая же подготовка и такой же план, как всегда?
Of course, victory is important in every fight, but this card, the card where the heavyweight is headlining for the title. How important is it for you to make a statement to win and loudly say on the mic at the end of the octagon that you are ready for the title fight, or is it just another regular fight, the regular preparation as always?
Это, конечно, очень важно, но я стараюсь на себя не давить такого рода мыслями, а просто концентрируюсь на поединке и думаю, что по ходу ситуации сориентируюсь и все сделаю так, чтобы всем было интересно.
Of course, it is very important to win here and to win in a specific, spectacular fashion. But I try not to put these kind of thoughts in my head, not to pressure myself, concentrate on my fight specifically, and then in the octagon we'll see. We'll just play it by ear when we get there.
В последнее время привыкли, что какие-то сюрпризы происходят в твоих поединках. И не в самом поединке, да, а иногда между раундами, там история с расческой, там, как тебя поддерживают в твоем углу, какие слова выкрикивают. Есть ли какая-то заготовка, какой-то сюрприз в этот раз? Стоит ли чего-то такого ожидать?
Now we're used to all sorts of different tricks and fun things in your fights, maybe not specifically in the fight itself, but between rounds, like the thing with the brushing of the hair and things like that. Is there anything specific that you're thinking about? Is there anything you're preparing for this time?
Скажу честно, это все чистая импровизация, поэтому по ходу боя будет понятно.
To be honest, I'll tell you the truth. It was all improvisation. It always is just improvisation, spare of the moment stuff. So we'll see in the fight what happens.
Hi, Aleksandar. You face both of the guy involved in the main event Saturday. So you may be the best guy to give us a prediction. And then I want to know what's your prediction of your fight, if you have one.
Oh, I'm the worst guy who giving predictions. You know, every time I give predictions, I always like fail it. But of course, if you ask me, I think Tom Aspinall have more opportunity to win. He looks better on the paper. But Ciryl Gane have also his chance to put him in a deep water. You know, in the last rounds. We'll see how it's happened, how it will work, because nobody see Tom Aspinall in a long fight. It's very interesting to watch for me, I think for all heavyweights and for all fans, how he will be looking in a whole 5-round fights. And Ciryl Gane is a good opponent to show it with him, so because he like move really good in the fights, he can avoid damage. He, as everybody know, work on his wrestling skills. Maybe he will avoid some wrestling with Tom Aspinall. So we will see. But of course, on the paper, Tom Aspinall looks much stronger and much better right now.
And you have a preference to face in the future one of those?
Yeah, my preference to watch Tom Aspinall because I already fought with Ciryl Gane, and for myself, I show it that I can beat him. So with Tom Aspinall, this thing I lose him like pretty clear, and I want to fight again and show him like better fight.
And the best case scenario of your fights against Jailton?
Oh, the best scenario of my fights, like I'm going to fight and he just hurts, going just through the octagon, and I just won with no fight. It's the best. But of course, I want to win by knockout. I will looking for this. I'm don't pushing myself in the mind how exactly I should win. I just I had big work behind my back with all hard camp, and I'm ready for everything, and I'm really strong in everything right now. I feel I can knock him out in this fight, but he also have a good camp, I sure, and he'll be in the best shape as he was before, 100%. So I will try to fight with a just good, hard opponent. I don't want to say something in a bad way. I will win him like easy or something. It will be just hard fight for both of us.
Thank you very much and good luck.
Александр, приветствую здесь. В недавнем подкасте ты сказал, что пока не знаешь, как будет выглядеть твоя встреча с Ганом, с Аспиналом в отеле. Состоялась ли эта встреча, особенно интересно, с Ганом? И если да, то как она выглядела? И выглядел ли Ciryl виноватым перед тобой?
We saw you on a podcast talking about how you're not sure what it would be like to see Aspinall and Gane in the hotel and what kind of interaction you would have between the guys. So far, can you tell us, have you met them, have you seen them, and did Gane look like he was sorry for how that fight turned out between the two of you?
Ну, скажу честно, вот эти все встречи за кулисами — это больше рабочие моменты. Мы просто пожали друг другу руки, как коллеги по цеху, и что с Ciryl, что с Томом. И какого-то такого у нас длительного общения не было, потому что нас всех водят по интервью. Удивительно, еще вот буквально до этого интервью, пока я к вам пришел сюда, я вот там в соседней комнате фотографировался в одних трусах, вот, и вернулся здесь уже хорошо одетый, раздаю вам интервью, поэтому здесь все это проходит очень быстро, мы не успеваем между собой пообщаться. Виноватым он не выглядел, просто поздоровались и друг другу пожелали удачи.
Yeah, to be honest, all of these moments of us seeing each other backstage or somewhere in the hotel, it's very much just like a working moment of two colleagues meeting somewhere at work. And yeah, I saw both of them, we shook hands, and that was just like a quick moment. And no, he did not look like he was sorry that the fight turned out that way. But I have to tell you, it's so quick. We're being taken from room to room. There's all these things that we have to do, all the media obligations. I mean, 5 seconds ago, before I did this interview, I was next door. I was having my photos taken in just my fight kit. And now here I am, fully dressed and looking good in front of you, answering your questions. So it's just such a quick thing that all of these interactions, they don't mean much.
Еще, если можно, один вопрос от меня. У тебя изменился состав секундантов. И вот интересно, почему нет Тараса Кияшка и Михаила Зайца?
Another question for me is that you've changed your team. Your corners are different. There's no Taras, there's no Misha. Where are they? You have a whole new different corner set.
Понимаю ваш вопрос, но, наверное, не хотелось бы в преддверии боя обсуждать наши внутренние решения командные.
I understand your question, but I don't think that's something that I want to discuss before the fight about how we switched our team or what the decision was in our team and why so.
Ну, добавлю немного. Это чисто технический вопрос, просто так приняли решение или что-то плохое случилось?
Is it just a technical thing, and this is just your decision, or was something bad that happened?
Какого рода плохое?
What do you mean by bad that happened?
У каждого плохое это означает что-то свое. Ну, все живы, здоровы, все
Какие-то
все хорошо.
недопонимания имею в виду, может быть. Какие-то недопонимания.
Ну, я еще раз говорю, не хотелось бы, скажем так, наши внутренние решения сейчас обсуждать до боя.
Спасибо.
Здравствуйте, Александр Евгеньевич. Еще один вопрос, касающийся ваших внутрикомандных решений. Вас к этому бою готовил Богдан Лисевский, но, насколько я знаю, в вашем углу его в субботу не будет. Это ваше решение или Богдан просто не смог приехать?
Another question about your coaching staff. There's Bogdan Lisevsky that was preparing you for this fight specifically. He's not going to be in the corner on Saturday. Is this something he couldn't come here, or was it your decision that he's not going to be in the corner?
Проблема в том, что он не сумел получить визу в Эмираты.
He wasn't able to acquire a visa to come to the Emirates.
Но виза не нужна.
Он не сумел.
И еще один вопрос, немного более серьезный. Оглядываясь назад, вы не жалеете, что не приняли бой с тем же самым Алмейдой на июнь в Атланте?
Another question, a little more serious, about the fight. If you look back, do you regret that you didn't accept the fight, let's say, with Almeida as well in Atlanta?
Нет, у меня были свои планы, свои дела. Я, как уже говорил, я ездил в Россию, немножко взял перерыв от тренировок. По большому счету нет, у меня просто были свои планы.
No regrets. I just had some different plans of my own. I had to go back to Russia. I had some things that I had to accomplish there. I took a little break from training in general, but no regrets at all. Just had to do some things.
Удачи в субботу.
Спасибо. Все, спасибо всем.
Все больше можно? Да.